I don't know if the microphone's working. Looks like it might be though. Happy time zone, everybody? We are? Okay, good. We are trying having an extra light on today just to see if we can't somehow get this camera to register some degree of light. We're only 84 streams in, we're just working out the bugs, what can I say? Happy time zone, everybody. I hope you're all having a good weekend so far, and hopefully we can add to that a little bit. Now let me just lead by saying right off the bat that I have not done my homework this week. So Elekid and Miltank still look exactly the same way you saw them last week, but I should be able to get them done before next week. Not making promises, well, no better than to do that, but yeah, just still fiddling with my camera settings a little bit. We are a little on the late side today. That's just because of who I am as a person, and I've decided over the years that I'm kind of okay with that. So there we go. Okay, there we are. That is not bad. We'll see how we go. Hi everyone. So I have no new ones to show you today, so we're just going to get straight into picking who we're going to be making first. We are down to what, 19 Pokemon? Hoping to tick off 2 today. But if you pick someone particularly complicated, we might have to cull it down to 1, just because I have a busy week coming up, and that's just be how it happens sometimes. I do have a really fun theme though, and I went a little bit over the top. Hi Susan! Hi Savvy Crafts Live! Hi Breeze! Good zones to you too, Grey. Oh, and also, hello to the replay gang! I see you in the comments afterwards, I do. I see you, I appreciate you, know that you are very important, and we love you very much. Alrighty. Today's theme is these Pokemon are all wearing hats. And I scoured the internet and I located their hats. And so now you have to work out which Pokemon goes with which hat. Well, you don't really have to work out which Pokemon goes with which hat, but you do have to work out which one of these hats you want to make. So that's where we're going to be starting off today. So start a poll. So the options are 1, 2, 3, and 4. I might just take another run at that just for the summary video. I'm just like, I don't like the way I worded today's theme. So today's Pokemon have forgotten their hats and we need to reunite them? Maybe that's the way we say it? I don't know. Hi Pam. Adventure time is fun. I always get to a certain point and accidentally peel off though. It's right around the time that they start. I'm just going to say the island. And that's it. That's what I'll do. That's no spoilers. That's just the name of it. Maybe I did finish watching it. I don't know. I don't remember anymore. So yeah, we have some hats. I think it's a fun theme. I put some effort into these hats. Of course you're picking that one so far. Dang it. That's the one colour of yarn I don't currently have available. That's fine. We'll panic early. It's going to be great. Oh, you know, and I'm not going to guess them. Excellent. Alright, the dragon hand puppets. I knew that this would come up early and it would come up aggressively. So I was going to try and put out a tardigrade pattern next week, but instead I'm going to try, after stream today, I'm going to try and film the dragon puppet thing. If I don't end up too... I'm worried about fit. So that whole video will start with like... I'm going to show you how to make slight adjustments, but I can't guarantee this will fit everybody. And yeah, I'm gonna do my best to put out a dragon puppet tutorial next Thursday. In fact, May might actually end up being a 2-pattern month, because I didn't really expect to have to do the dragon puppet thing, but it's been very warmly received. And so I want to, I don't like the idea of not sharing it. So yeah, we'll be doing dragon puppet, but it'll probably be video only and Patreon notes. It probably won't be an Etsy pattern, just because I can't guarantee if that pattern is purchased that it will definitely make a size that fits everybody, because I'm out of my depth when it comes to wearables. And then there'll be a tardigrade pattern after that, and then I'm thinking it's going to be a Pokemon Black episode. So that's May all done. You're going to make dragon puppets for your clinic? Yeah, no, I think I saw your comment, Fiber Therapist. They're really cute. I've made, what's really fun for me is that last week's stream, they were literally both sitting on, I'll drop my shoulder a little bit, sitting on my desk right there. So they were actually here last stream as well. And Mr. Bones and I had to have a very serious conversation before we started stream last week. That was just basically, we're not allowed to talk about the puppets, we're not allowed to show the puppets. You're not allowed to mention the puppets. You have to pretend the puppets don't exist, even though they were sitting there really, really, really wanting to play. So, yeah. The number 4 yellow hat, it looks like the man in the yellow hat's hat from Curious George. I believe it is. Honestly, that one there wasn't always going to be the Pokemon that's behind door number 4, but when I found that hat, I'm just like, that hat is too perfect for that Pokemon. You want to make the puppet, but you're prepping for a market in 29 days? Well, Alyssa, the time has come. You need to lock in and ignore all other distractions. All new patterns are just trying to distract you at this point and steal your victory from you. Don't let them. Puppet Fun is available now. Alright, let's close off this poll. Oh, are you guys trying for a tie? I can see this coming a mile away. What are you doing? I've closed the poll. Okay, you didn't quite make it a tie. I didn't mean to sway the vote. We very easily... Yeah, sorry. I feel bad whenever I feel like I might have swayed a vote just by commenting on it. It's not fair. You changed the result by measuring it. Anyway, you guys picked number 2 at 34%, then came number 1 at 31%, number 4 at 19%, and number 3 at 16%. So let us open door number 2 and see who we are making first today. Today, Mr. Bones can play as much as he likes. That is correct. I have already passed him his dragon puppet, and he is welcome to do it when and if he feels like the opportunity has arisen. So, this is the door we are opening. Elekid, what are you doing there? Has he been on the screen the whole time? Cheeky fellow. Hold on a second. You can come and supervise the chat over here, okay? Alrighty, let's do this. So, behind door number 2... I'm sure some of you guessed who is wearing the crown. We have Slowking. Yeah, he's wearing his crown. Yeah, so let's just update that sprite so you guys can actually see what we're making. Alright, we will make Slowking first. That's the little guy there. He's a fancy fellow. We'll see what we can do. I'm trying really hard to remember if we used Antique Rose or just pink for Slowpoke. I think we used Antique Rose. Anyway, cross that bridge when we get there. He will be our 82nd Pokemon of the 100 Gen 1 Pokemon, which means we are really getting down to the pointy end of this thing. There we go. He looks like he's posing for a royal portrait. He does! Elekid has been your companion. He has been. Eduardo is becoming a king today. The 3DS model has its mouth open. No! I'm not doing an open mouth on him. His mouth will stay closed. Everyone likes a discreet ruler. Tot him? Possibly. That hat is complicated enough that we might not be able to do much totting. There. That said, he is comfortably a 2-hour Pokemon, so don't worry about that too much. If I can stop Miltank when Miltank is just a potato, I can stop Slowking when Slowking is a potato as well. Okay. My goodness, the headwear though. I know that the whole premise of today is that they've got headwear on, but this is a lot of headwear to deal with. And he's looking back over his shoulder. I want to kind of twist him back around. So I'm going to go for a slightly more slow bro pose so that we can see his front. He still has his little pants on. In fact, I could almost just look up Slowbro's pattern. We won't because that'd make it too easy. Do you reckon they put tiny baby Slowpokes in this as a pouch? I reckon they might. Let me see if I can find the toes on you. Just one toe? And I need reports of whether or not he has beans, everybody. We need a bean report. I might put the arms behind his back, but just for the sake of the drawing today, we're gonna move him around a little bit. He has thumbs. He has thumbs! Thank you for that. Noted. Thumbs. Honestly, it's this ruffle that's going to be the bane of my existence today. Not even the hat. If I can get a grey blobby thing with some spikes on it, I'm going to be pretty happy with the hat. He is a benevolent king with the tiniest pupils. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been drawing almost directly behind the sprite. Let's just bump him down a little bit. I have drawn him too close to the top of the page. How many spikies does that top of crown have? I think that's all the details. There are eyes on the back of the hat. Of course there are. Oh, and it's got tiny teeth too. It's still a shelter. So I'll just like sketch the little teeth in. It has tiny, tiny little teeth. That's so cute. Yeah, so the hat will probably is actually a shellfish. But he has passed completely through its digestive tract, because you have to put the mega in the middle of the line. It goes Slowpoke with no shell, Slowbro with a shell on the tail, and then the mega form is like him inside a shell, completely with just his head sticking at the top and I think his tail sticking at the bottom. And then by the time he reaches Slowking, he has passed completely through its digestive tract and gained a title. Alright. I accidentally moved the hat down too far. He is wall-eyed, and I did that on purpose. Let it be known. Yeah, and we'll do one of these. Just trying to move everything on the hat down just a little bit. What are Slowpoke and Slowbro's name? Well, Slowpoke is officially Slowpork, not Eduardo. We started calling him Eduardo when we handed him a rose. And what did we name Slowbro? Slow-mo. So we have Slowpork and Slow-mo. They're not banned, we're just not using them. Band makes it feel more formal, I just prefer not to acknowledge them at all. There we go, little thumb. There's one little fingernail. He could actually be Eduardo, because technically we don't have an Eduardo. 5 main points on the hat with the 4... On hat, the main with 4 evenly spaced around it. Oh, the 4... Right, I get it. So a top-down view of the hat is like central point and then like a square. I can work with that. Thank you. That's helpful. Do we have toe beans? I missed it if anybody answered that. Yeah, he's got a little bit of a Homer Simpson vibe to him. I think part of it is the way I drew the mouth. Because like I should have done potato and then put the mouth on it. And instead I did the graining overbite. Okay. Yeah, and I feel like he would tuck a little baby Slowpoke in here, so forgive me, I'm going to Kangaskhan him a little bit. I wish those hands weren't right where they are, but because it makes me happy. We're not adding one to the final model. I'm just because I happen to know point blank that you can't see detail on this camera, to the Discord with me. There we go. Enjoy. He's blocking its ears so he doesn't know if chat can be trusted with babies yet. So, in terms of how we are going to make this piece, I'm not sure. Honestly, logic kind of dictates that I start at the tip of the crown and work it up in over the head, but the crown will look better if I start at the base of the body and work up and finish at the top of the crown, because then I can do a nice front post join here, get that nice delineation going. I do need some more reference images of the hat, which I'm sure someone has shared by now. Ooh, yes, there are eyes on the back of the hat. Excellent. Thank you, Loot. So yeah, the hat is like a stacked cone shell. This is the back of it now. Kind of like a shapely poo. There we go. Spike in the middle. Two at the front, and then at the back here I will embroider on the always watching Wazowskis. Yep, cool. The body is a potato, almost a dragonite potato, but smaller scale. Let's go smaller scale. Thumb with a slight belly to it. It'll be easier if I make the tail as an attachable piece. I am directly behind the Slowking again. How do I keep doing this? No toe beans? Thank you, Andromeda Potter. Somebody else might have said it earlier. That is the first one I've seen. Slow Wardo. Sledwood. And then the mouth is just like also just like a little cushiony piece that we attach. The eyes on previous ones, folks, I'm bringing up the Pokédex for just a second so we can have a look. Oh, I'm going to have to scramble up all my nice work. Hold on, I'm just going to duplicate it first. Can I just duplicate it? Copy. Duplicate it. Ah, that's large. That's quite large. Hold on, I will fix this. This will be fine. All right. Where are you? Okay, there we go. They're on screen. They're very on screen. I'll just move it over there. Okay, so you can see here. That's my sprite. I'll use him as a pointing implement. Okay, looking at the tip of the hat, we have sewn eyes on, and we've used antique rose for the two of them. So we need to just make a longer version of this guy and move the shell to the top of his head. He's very cute. I really nailed Slowbro, didn't I? He's adorable. So yeah, okay, no safety eyes today. We will be crocheting them and sewing them on. And I'm just trying to soak in the colours. Looks like we used cream and antique rose. I can work with that. I can work with this. Okay. So we need the belly pouch. Any second now I'll pick up a hook and we'll just get going properly. But like we need the little pouch. We need some little jelly bean tubes with stitched on claws for the hands. Feet are chubby little pieces of bubble gum. And then we have that hat. So I actually think I'm going to start at the base of the body and we're going to build up and build the hat in. It's a risky move, but let's see if it pays off for us. Try and use some picots around it to make the 4 points, and then the main middle point will just be our finishing off spot. Yeah, cool. So, grey, antique rose. Do I have cream about, perchance? That's white. Did I actually put my yarn away for once? Rummage, rummage, rummage. I know I have some cream here somewhere. That's the cream. Okay. Alright. I have my hook. Slowking. Body. So yeah, starting at the bottom, working our way up. This frill piece, I'm probably, do we have to pick colors for the frill now? I think we might have to. If it's slow pork, we could call him steak. The frill, I think we'll do as like a long piece, but the rose will run this way. Because that way I don't have to do a color change every stitch. I can just do whole rows and color change at the end of every second or third. And I'll do it tricky. So I'll do it with like single crochet, and then like a half double. So it's like slightly bigger stitches at the end versus at the base. And that should give it a slight curve to it. That should work for us. I'll wait and see what kind of size we end up working with though. Because goodness knows that never goes to plan. Alrighty, magic ring 6. Anybody who does happen to have worked on Slowking, feel free to let me know what size we went up to in the body, just like what the biggest row was. But if nobody happens to have it, that's also fine. We'll just make it up as we go. Because I'm thinking this would be 18 at the top, so possibly 24, possibly 30 at the bottom. There we go. Okay, for this one here, I'm not so curious about whether or not he's a pupil blinker or not. I really want to know if the shell blinks, like the eyes on the back of the head. Does the hat blink? I'm seeing King Eduardo the 199th. Do we want to give him an actual number? Because technically he would be the 309th Pokemon we've made. So he could be King Eduardo the 309th. Or King Eduardo the 82nd. Also works. Oh good, oh good. It blinks at the same time. Oh my goodness, guys. Breaking news story. The hat blinks. Thank you, Loot. You do amazing work. 4, 5, 6. There we go. Yeah. Darker pink and white for the frill. Yeah, I was thinking red, honestly. I have a darker pink, but to me, this color here looks way more orange. So I was going to go for like a warmer... Oh, that's not showing up on that camera. That's not showing up on that one very well either. Or we could go Outback, because if there's one thing we've learned recently, it's that Outback. It do be Outbacking. There it is. So I was thinking that is a pretty diddly dang good color for it. Yeah. So I'll probably be outbacking that, the frill. I'm picturing it like a news report. Going to our local Pokemon foot enthusiast Dave. Yes, sir, as you can see, Slowking has no foot pads at all, not even beans. Back to you. We now go to our pupil blinkers. Any reports? Mr. Bones, we have reports that there are no pupil blinking, but the hat does appear to blink at the same time. Angry Bear Ironworks, trying to read your comment just then, I know it's Roman numerals, but it almost turned me into like one of those AI voiceovers. Like, King Eduardo C. I. X. Wait, doesn't that make him 309th? Is that what it was? I thought it was 308th. Oh no, he's the 309th. You're correct. You're correct. Slowking's hat is officially called the King's Rock. I thought the King's Rock was... I know that's the item you trade him with, but I thought it was still the Shelder. The theme today is hats. Cathedral Rabbit. It's a great name. I didn't pin it. Theme. Lost my hat. There we go. I'll pin that for folks who need to know. You reached Gen 2 in your replay watch through? That's good. I think we started Gen 2 what? October or November? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Last year. So. Laugh out loud. It's funny because if it's 309, there are 309 kings that are named Eduardo. Yeah. That is what that would mean. Eduardo. It's a very fashionable name this year. It's a long dynasty. It is. Or they are very, very short-lived. Because it could just be that, like, maybe Slowkings only live for a single day. They're like dragonflies. They live forever, and they're like Slowpokens, and like they're nymph forms, and then they turn into Slowking, and they have one day to rule. And so technically, we're not even through the year yet. If we're only at the 309th Eduardo, they just use the same name over and over again to make it easier for the citizens. This is the year of King Eduardo, and then tomorrow we'll change to, I don't know, King Carlos. Cathedral Rabbit was one of the name suggestions way back when I made your Xbox gamer tag. The idea in your mind of a rabbit being in a church was hilarious. Yeah, it's a very pious rabbit. Pokédex says they forget everything if their shell falls off. Oh no, or maybe it's the same shell being passed along. It's like Rome, they're all just named Eduardo. Fair enough. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, we're up to 18, and that's definitely not a big enough booty in my opinion. Going up another size. Eduardo might be the name of the shell. Here we go. It's the single brain cell they have to share. I don't know if they're very good at sharing. I hear they're a little shellfish. Thank you so much for teeing me up. I have been trying to work that pun in ever since you guys picked Slowking. See the patience I took? I could have just like forced it in there, but no, you just gave me a beautiful little softball. I've lost track at the start of this row. We're just going to go until it feels right. It's kind of like measuring garlic into a recipe. It's just your soul tells you when it's time. Mr. Bones, we do need to clean. Family is visiting tomorrow. Why are you activating all of my stress in the middle of stream? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Yeah, but you could just take off the Slowking hat.
I could, but I
forget
can't
all
find
of
it.
And then you can watch Friends all over again for the first time. Slowking lives the best life.
I honestly don't know if it holds up without the nostalgia value.
Yeah. But yeah, the whole taking off the hat, losing all memories, this is nowhere near as terrifying as it sounds.
But how do you remember to put the hat back on?
Oh no, you just remember, like you get a vibe.
Oh, the vibe is time.
Yeah, like you look at the crane, oh yeah.
It is time to redon the hat. It is the hattening.
And the responsibilities that come with leadership. Heavy is the crown upon the Slowking.
Brain cell goes, shaka shaka. Hi, Duchess Cassandra. Alrighty. Is that a big enough booty? No. It's just not. I'm gonna regret this. But that said, it's like, anytime an evolution line gets an out of sequence evolution, and by that I mean like it's not in the same gen. It's like you find like a random one in Gen 4 and it's technically the final evolution of a Gen 1 or Gen 2 creature. I'm just like, that one needs to be bigger. It's important, it was exciting, but I know that that's just the lived experience of them suddenly coming back and gifting benevolently an additional Pokemon to a line that already had kind of been complete. Oh, the hat puts itself on while he sleeps. Creepy. Bye, Breeze. Thanks for hanging out. CK, would I want to give pants for Slowking so he wouldn't feel cold during winter? Oh, Yellowfan. I was going to do it as an add-on piece. But you're correct in that we could do it with color. No, I'm going to do it as an add-on piece. I am. It's a good thought, though. It's just... sometimes I'm a little lazy with how my tails join in, and it's going to be easier to join a pink tail to a pink booty rather than using a pink tail to cover up yellow shorts. So, yeah. I'm going to take that path in this instance, but no, it was a good idea. Slowking does not evolve from Slowbro. Oh, is it what? Do you have to... is it Slowpoke to Slowking with the... because I know you trade it with the King's Rock, but I thought it was Slowbro. Huh. That makes it all the more appropriate that we've put a tiny baby Slowpoke in the pouch. That is the next Eduardo. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 28, 29. My instincts are off today. I've been a little early for both rows. Slowpoke to Slowking, huh? What an odd choice for them to have made. Oh, right, it's because he's dangling his head in the water instead of his tail, isn't it? And then isn't there a regional form where he's accidentally got it attached to one of his arms? Because Slowpoke is just not very bright. It's just like, okay, we have Slowpoke along the riverbed. I'm going to do my best here. So I want to draw this. So we've got one doing as he should. He's dangling his little tail. He's going to be a Slowbo row. I will ink these so you can see them because I think they might be worth it. Okay, so we have top of his class Slowpoke here, dangling the correct part of himself in the water. Right? Then we have Slowking. Oh, what does this look like? Oh, I know. Dunking his head. And yes, he is drowning slowly. He forgot to take a breath. And then you have like the Alolan form, which is like napping on his side. Is it Unnovan? I think I said Alolan. I didn't mean Alolan. He's worked out that you need to fish in the water to evolve, but he did not do his homework and does not know how big it's actually supposed to be. Yeah, I wish Pokemon games went on sale occasionally too. Galarian Slowbro, thank you. Thank you. This one is Slowking, which is the one sticking its head in the water. It always actually bothered me that they say it's Shelter, but Shelter doesn't look anything like the shell that attaches itself to Slowbro or Slowking. Tough no dirt, think no dirt, tell no dirt. I am going to start using a bobby pin at this point because I have let this grow too big. Let's see, the body goes to there, and the head on top, and the hat. He's going to be like this big. That's fine. He's a final form. He's a final form. He gets to be a little bit bigger. Yeah, I prefer the male anglerfish notion, though I do think it's a little bit more symbiotic than that. Because I feel like the male anglerfish lose their whole identity, whereas I feel like the Shelter is still pretty prominently there. The shell was supposed to be its own Pokemon. I think it evolves from Shelter and its name was Turban. Cool. I love the Poke lore. It's funny, you think you know everything, and then just like you find out little bits and pieces. The puppet dragon pattern video pops off, does that mean you'll get the Switch 2 for Pokopia? I don't know. I don't know. I could talk business here now, but I don't want to bore people. Basically, a Switch 2 is like, what, $700, $800 with the game? And when I say pops off, I mean a video's made me like $100. So like the math doesn't really line up quite there, but I don't know. We'll think about it. Night Dazed, catch you in the replay. Oh, that's a rough estimate. Those are Australian dollary-doos, and I haven't looked at the exchange rate recently. It's really fun at the moment because I'm not gonna talk about exchange rates. Basically, I get paid partially in US dollars, and the US dollar isn't doing so well for us at the moment right now. Or maybe it's doing really well. I honestly don't know how any of it works. I just know that I'm earning the same amount, but it's also coming out as less. Yeah, it's... Last I checked, it was like $1.40 Australian for every $1 US. So yeah, like that's like I feel like I only just bought my Steam Deck. I'm really having a good time with my Steam Deck. I can't justify buying another console. I only have one set of hands and one set of eyeballs. So, and I would really be getting it just for at this point, Pokopia. So basically this conversation is kind of tabled a little bit for me until Wind and Waves comes out. And if that comes out on the same platform, maybe they'll do a bundle. Sometimes they do bundled ones where you can get the console and the game. And if they do something like that, then I'll think about it. Because, like, I can't... If you're only buying a console to play one game, then it becomes like a $700, $800 game. And the game itself is nearly $100. So we prefer to call them dollary-doos. We dang straight we do. Yeah, not worth it right now. Yeah, exactly. Well, we're working on it. And don't get me wrong, there is some up, some down, depending on where you go. But Nintendo games and Nintendo products tend to just be expensive things. They don't really go on sale. But because of that, I suppose the consumer knows not to bother waiting until they go on sale and to just buy them. Remember when in Okinawa it was just as much to fly back to the US round trip as one way to Australia? Really? Because, like, it's the same, like, Tokyo, Japan is on basically the same time zone as Perth, Australia. I think sometimes there's an hour difference depending, but, like, yeah, it's a 4-hour flight and you're in Japan. When in savings, they are dollary don'ts. Stream Desks officially released in Australia, or are they imported and resold? Bumblebee, either I've stumbled over what I've called it or I've gotten confused. But I mean my Steam Deck, my handheld console for playing my Steam games, but I might have accidentally called it a Stream Deck. They're released. I got myself one for Christmas. They went on sale and I was like, I did a nice thing for myself. But, like, yeah, I just ordered it over the website. I didn't have to, like, pretend to be anyone or anything. Sold officially. Thank you, Mr. Bones. That's what I'm looking for. Are we calling it Weewa? Are we? So Weewa is Pokemon Wind and Waves, for anybody wondering. It's the Gen 10 release that's due next year, I think. You're excited for Weewa because you want to see what are the Pokemon going to be based on, the region based on the surrounding area where you're living. Yeah, I've heard that it's Indonesia. Very cool, because that is, like, not specifically Indonesia. Look, my grasp on geography is loose, but I know that in that vague area you get a lot of very brightly colourful creatures that otherwise don't normally come in those sorts of colours. Like, the giant rainbow squirrels, I'm pretty sure, are from that, like, Southeast Asia pocket of the world. And I'm just like, yes. Hi, Fiara. You should go sleep. We're always here in the replay, or there's always next week. Have I played any fun games on it yet? I've played a lot of Power World on it. I know that they remastered Battle Block Theatre. I've been playing a little bit of that on it, because I just need to get that last couple of letter grades in insane mode to finish off the Steam achievements for that. I was playing Stardew Valley on it for a while, but then I realised that it was having trouble hosting the farm, because I have, every Monday night, we have Stardew Valley night, and I host for 2 of my friends, and we have a farm together. But I can't do that from my Steam Deck, and so that's just become a PC game for me. I'm not dropping frames. Admittedly, I'm not logged in one of these screens. Let me have a look. Yeah, no, if someone's having a problem, I'm afraid it's not us that we can see at this point. But yeah, no, it's good fun, and it's nice and mobile, and it allows me to sit in a comfy chair or be on a bus or be just generally not in my house. I like it a lot. Plus, like, it feels like value, because, like, when you're buying a new console and you don't have games for it already, it kind of feels, like I said, that first game costs the cost of the console as well, and then everything else is icing. Whereas, like, with the Steam Deck, I already have all of my Steam games on there, and there's some good crossover with the ones that work on there already. So it felt less like buying an $800 game and more like, I think it was like $500 or something. I could just download my games and start playing. Stardew Valley night. Yeah, every Monday night. It's terrific fun. We thought about streaming it briefly just because Anxiety Bakes, who sometimes pops into chat here, and you guys mob her. Whenever you see Anxiety Bakes, you've got to jump on her and say hello. Because she tries to sneak in. Watching her fish for the first couple of times in Stardew Valley, she's a very mild-mannered type of person, right? Just a sweet little bean of a thing. But my goodness, the swears that came out of her mouth and those fish kept getting away. It was my new favourite show for a while. You want a Steam Deck, but they don't exist except on eBay right now? Oh, right, yeah. I think I threaded the window there. There was something to do with like a chip shortage or a battery shortage. And it stopped their production. But Steam was coming out with a whole bunch of new like gaming peripherals. Is peripherals the right word? They were coming out with like the Cube and some VR goggles and one other thing that I can't quite remember. But that all seems to have gone like very quiet right now. So I'm guessing that there's some shortages out there in the world. And I just got the basic little Steam Deck, and I will say that if you're after battery life and you like to play bigger games like Power World, and I know that's not necessarily the biggest game, but it can only do about 2 hours of that on battery life. But I like my little model, and I'm happy to work plugged in. You got your family's Steam Decks when they released the next gen of Steam Decks, so I got a good deal on the first gen. Yeah, Eliza, I think that's what I did as well. What's happening?
Getting a photo of the thing for stream.
Oh, this?
Could you help?
Yeah.
It don't work.
Okay, release. You're not on camera. You're okay. Camera starts here or here. Hey, buddy. It's a good doodle day. It is a good doodle day. Everybody should be having a good doodle day. The controller, that's the other one. Sorry, I think I already said this, but I'm just trying to get my train back on track. I think I jumped in when they were doing their, like, the next gen's coming soon, so buy these old ones now type of thing. You know what, folks? He hasn't named his dragon yet. I haven't named mine yet either, but it feels more of an issue that he hasn't named his. And I just want to get ahead of something here, because I saw it suggested a few times in the comments. He requested a bone dragon. I told him that I didn't think I could get it done properly in the time frame that I had. And so that's how he ended up with a green one. He did ask for a bone dragon. The idea was there. It just, I didn't feel like I could do it properly in the time frame that we had. Yeah, I've liked having my Steam Deck as well. I haven't tried like connecting it up to like a television or anything like that. I got to say, one thing I did like about the Switch was just like how easy it was to transition between the modes. But I like my Steam Deck better as a playing experience. Once I got used to how many buttons there are, and it's actually quite heavy as well. I will say that the weight of it leaves me with shoulder pain if I'm not like paying attention. You did not get your Steam Deck at Christmas and you have many regrets. Oh, I ranted about mine so much that my sister-in-law got one for my brother for Christmas. I was just like ranting about how cool it was, and like I did a little unboxing and I was all excited about it, and it's just like I accidentally overflowed into their family as well, and he got one too. Might just have to make him a bone dragon in the fall, perhaps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, that's 6 rows of that. I think it's time to start narrowing you off, my friend. And we shall do that 3 at a time with great dignity. Always dignity. So that'll get us down to 27. US fall, you mean around October? Yeah, because we're currently in May. Is it June, July, August, or May, June, July that's winter? No, we're in the last month of autumn now. May have to work on a bone dragon behind the scenes. I will never rule that out. Honestly, they came out a lot more successfully than I was expecting. I actually thought that was going to be, like, the story of that one I thought was going to be kind of another fail one, and I was a bit nervous about doing it so close to the tardigrade, which was very much an accidental fail one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because, like, one thing I've kind of picked up on, like, you can't manufacture it, but one thing that I know is going to make a good video is either when something turns out so ridiculously, spectacularly good that it's the joy and the pain is the best way to sum it up. A video is going to be great if I either reach a state of bliss or a state of suffering. But they can't be faked. It has to be authentic bliss or authentic suffering. And I thought the tardigrade would be bliss, and I thought the dragon would be suffering, and it turns out it was going to be the other way around. It's time to narrow you off, my friend. Things a mobster says before cutting you in half. Am I planning on sharing on the notes regarding making the puppet to Patreon? Absolutely. Absolutely I am. I was actually, I mentioned it at the start of the video. I'll probably mention it a couple more times before we're done. But I intend the next video to be a here's how I made the puppet, I'm sorry if it doesn't fit you type of video. And the written notes will be going on Patreon. I just don't think it'll be an Etsy pattern because I don't think it's right to sell a pattern under the provision of one size fits all if I don't know if it fits all. And if it's in video form, I'll be able to talk you guys through making small adjustments. Because, like, to make it fit Mr. Bones, like, yeah, I left it open at the back of each of the feet. But I also just, like, took a single crochet 3 together and turned it into a decrease, you know? Or I skipped a decrease altogether to leave it 1 stitch bigger. And so it's, like, really little things like that are really easy changes to make. But, yeah. Yeah. He's a little megapotted, okay? Referring to our king here. His torso will still finish like here, then his head, and then his hat. So he's going to be a bigger fellow. And that's okay, because I know that you guys won't abandon me. You will love and support me through this. We're going to stand at 24. I'm just excited to be able to wear sweaters on stream again, because for a while there, putting like anything on at all to sit in front of the camera was like blisteringly hot and miserable, and I was sitting there with my feet on top of ice cubes while a fan blew into the door just to try and keep me a reasonable temperature under all these lights. And now today I'm sitting here, I'm just like cozy. The cold weather finally hit, and I am pleased to see it again. 6, 7. That said, it's beautiful blue skies out there. It's the best weather. I love it when it's like warm sunshine but freezing cold wind. More of a pattern recipe than a pattern. Exactly. It's kind of like, I don't know if any of you guys would remember, but after I did the 1 hour versus 10 hour versus 100 hour challenge with the owls, you can kind of still see, I think his name is like Albert or something like that. The owl one, I made like these little owls. There's like a little blue one there, and I did like a pattern video for it, but I did it in such a way that you guys could basically make them whatever size you wanted and pick the dimensions you wanted. I let you know which ones I'd use, but it was kind of a little bit more freeform of just like, this is how you grow your rows, go up until you reach the width you want it to be, and then add rows until you reach the height, you know, like that. It's kind of a little bit more loosey-goosey. That might be what we're looking at for this pattern. I won't know until I actually sit down and start to film it. Again, got to try and do that this afternoon, which is not something I would normally try and do after a stream. Because I get what we lovingly refer to around here as smooth brain or mollusk mode. In that I have spent so long talking when I'm on stream that I run out of words to string together, which isn't normally a state I exist in. 4, 5, 6, 7. And it leads us to the weird part of the stream, so I don't know how that video is going to go if I'm already a little loopy before I start filming, but it's my only chance to film before Wednesday afternoon, and I'm good, but I'm not that good. think I nailed that. I mucked up at least one of the counts, but we're close enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Alright. Yeah, Mr. Bones. Oh, there's the name list. Okay, so the current name list for Slowking is Slow Roast, Professional Pantene the 5th. Where on earth did that come from? And King Eduardo. What do you mean, Professional Pantene the 5th? What happened to the first 4? And where did Pantene come from? Good. Good round belly. Good. Do we keep narrowing you off a little bit more? I think we do. Pantene Pro V because he's posed like he's in a hair commercial. Okay. Alright. Like, I can follow it. It's just weird to have missed an entire section of conversation. And it happened when he was washing his golden locks. I understand. This guy's not drowning or napping. He's washing his hair. I gotta tell you, this guy here might be my favourite. Though I kind of want washi tape of just slowpokes sticking their evolutionary bits. Wait, no. I'm trying to phrase this nicely, guys. I'm doing my best. But slowpoke doing their best to evolve, but mucking it up. Sorry. Oh. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through the live stream channel over on the Discord and seeing all of the different slow pokes across the ears. Sorry. You missed the snow? I've never seen it. I've seen it from a distance. I saw it on the top of Mount Fuji when I was in Japan. But that was not really a close encounter. If we name Slowking Slow Roast, then Galarian Slowking could be Dark Roast. Oh yeah, I reckon it'd make a great washi tape. I've yet to really work out what washi tape is for. I think it's for scrapbooking. I don't know. The impermanence of it is both a feature and a bug. Excuse me. Sorry, folks. Evolutionary bits. That's the way around the YouTube guidelines. Yeah, I thought so. Oh, you are going to be one of those girls that make the world go round, aren't you? Alright, I think that's as narrow as we go here. Now we build up a couple of rows for the shoulders. I know we're only at 21, but, and I would have preferred a division of 6, but we're just going to make it work. Oh goody, took out the bobby pin, didn't put it back. Let's pop that back in. Some people put it on their keyboards. Oh, okay. Does that not cover up the letters? Snow's pretty and all, but you hate being cold. Yeah, poor Mr. Bones was out all day yesterday and came back with a bit of a bone chill, funnily enough. We had to park him in front of the dryer to defrost him a little bit. That said, I love the idea of snow. And I quite enjoy the experience of being a little bit more on the chilled side. It feels more comfortable and familiar to me. Whereas like once my meat starts getting too hot, I get uncomfortable. Yeah, I don't know if I've narrowed off enough. We'll find out at the end of this row. After this, have you made your Slowking thin enough? Or are you just applying toxic standards to your Pokemon? No, that might be okay. He's a dumpy little fellow. Of course, I also happen to live, sorry, back up to the weather of the conversation, happen to live in like one of the most idyllic little corners of the world. The southwest corner of Western Australia. It's beautiful. Our weather is always mild. Our winters aren't that cold. Our summers are that hot. But if you'll forgive me the meme, it's a dry heat. It does cover up the letters, but people apparently don't need the letters. Yeah, no, touch typing is totally a thing. But like, it ruins the aesthetic for me of a keyboard to not have the letters on it. To me, it's part of their job is to have the letters on there. Are there female Slowkings? I'm not sure. I've kind of defaulted to male pronouns for him. Sometimes I just go with my gut on these sorts of things. Utah is weird. We are a desert, so we get the full gamut. Is it gamut? Because I know that it's like, I know what it means. I just don't know if I've ever had to say it out loud. Our winters are bitingly cold and our summers are incredibly hot. Yeah, and like being a desert, do you find like your nights are cold and your days are hot, or is that just a myth? I mean, I come from a country where it's like all desert, or mostly desert, except for the one little pocket I happen to live in. But I also don't really know. Because like the reason it's so cold right now is because the sky is so blue today. Like there's no cloud cover to keep the warmth in. Unless that's a myth. I fall for these things. Slowking are just as likely to be male as female. There you go. Or maybe Slowking are like seahorses. And this one here is looking after the babies. There's a 20 to 40 degree difference. You must be talking Fahrenheit. I live right near the equator, so there is just sun and rain. Yeah. I'll admit that we tend to have like a sixth, like we have a fifth and sixth season. We have fire season, which is like summer, but when summer starts to hate you. And the air is on fire, and so is everything else, if even there is a single spark or like glint off a window. So that we have fire season, and then we also have, I think they call it like wet season, because like winter is cold, but then we also have the wet, which doesn't happen at the same time necessarily. So you're in mountain desert, and it really depends on whether we have clouds or not. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. No, that's fine. Like, you can talk in Fahrenheit. I had a moment of Celsius shock. Just like, what? What? Okay. How much further up do your shoulders go? Possibly not at all. No, you're a tall fellow. You're a tall fellow. We'll give you one more row of shoulders, and then that'll narrow them off. Heard of monsoon season? It's not quite monsoon season, because that has an implication of, like, storms. It's not necessarily storms. So those levels of Super Mario Bros. 3 where the sun attacks you. Yeah! It's like when the air feels like it's stinging you a little bit. Honestly though, even in winter I won't go outside without sunscreen. Our sun has sneaky tricks up its sleeves. The sun swoops down. It feels that way. And if it's not the sun, it's the magpies. Though, honestly, okay, here's the thing. Like, magpies around here are known for swooping. Like, it's a whole thing where people are like, oh no, it's swooping season, the magpies will get you. Here's the thing though, right? What people don't tend to realize is that that is not a magpie thing. That is a city magpie thing, or a town magpie thing. Magpies that have been raised, or not raised, but like magpies that have like existed too close to built up human areas be swooping. I grew up in what was functionally the equivalent of the middle of nowhere, but it wasn't the middle of nowhere. We could have definitely been middler and nowhere-ier, but like on a farm, right? No people around, and closest neighbour's kilometres away. The magpies out there weren't mean. They didn't swoop. Not a single, like, no swooping. My family had been there for, what, 6 generations or something, and the magpies there don't swoop. So it's only... So I have a theory that it's the magpies that have had, like, negative interactions with people and possibly taught their babies that people bad and passed that along, you know? Because, like, magpies where I grew up weren't swoopers, but then when I would go into town to where my school was, the magpies at the school would swoop. You have the red-winged blackbirds that will fight absolutely anything near their territory. Never been swooped by magpies because we're always nice to the magpies in our area. Right, yeah, and like, look, I feel like I've read somewhere that magpies recognize faces. And so, like, if you are always wearing the same red hat, or you're always showing your face, or, like, you're a cartoon character and always wear the same outfit, and you're always nice to them, then you're fine. Like, you can pass through the territory unimpeded. But, like, there's a reason I think that school kids end up copping a lot of it. And don't get me wrong, being attacked by one is quite confronting. Like, for a while there, you'd wear the ice cream buckets on your heads. Because they're not, like, they look like little birds, but they are not pulling their punches at all. Alright, time for some shoulders for you. Let's close off a little bit on the sides, I think. And my 21 stitches around, which is just going to make this super fun. We're here, and we want to go decrease, 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 right? So that's 12 stitches out of the running immediately, leaving us... Or I could just pinch it in. That's not enough. It's not enough. So 21 minus 12 is 9. So then we need to split that by 2. So we'll go 4 at the front. Is this too narrow? Oh, we're putting a frill around it anyway. It's fine. And then we'll go 5 at the front, and then 2 and 2 at the back to keep it even. There we go. So that is taking us from 21 down to 15. We can always flare back out for the head. It'll look funny, but we can make it work. The cat had a feud with the local bird who would swoop just out of her reach. It was comical to watch. Gulls are the worst. Crows recognize faces in people too. They do. Apparently they can communicate to one another as well. Like, if you're nice to one crow, it can go and tell and describe you to a second crow, and that crow can independently recognize you, which is just mind-bogglingly cool. My dad started a feud with the local crow flock, however, and so whenever he leaves any like notebooks or anything unattended, they'll rip them up and chuck them around and poop on them. Yeah, no, crows are very intelligent creatures. There's only 2 stitches left. Did I miscount? Where did I go wrong? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Oh no, it should have only been 2 left at the end. We're good. We're fine. Oh, I'm going to sneeze. Okay, so we have our little shoulders. And now I think I'll build up the thumb of the head. I'm worried I've gone a little small to 15. I think we're just going to have to live with it though. I've not heard of that particular game, just crow things, but there are plenty of dad stories. But a lot of them involve dangerous things. And very funny when I can gauge the reaction of people, and less funny when I can't. So, well, I probably won't tell too many of them on stream. Where you originally grew up, we had 2 families of crows that swooped during egg-laying season. Everyone else but me got the claws. I just got escorted out of the territory and talked to. Thank goodness, a few people had feuds with local animals. Just Crow Things is along the lines of Untitled Goose Game. Ah, yeah. That was the vibe I was getting. I enjoy watching playthroughs of that game, and I very much enjoy Stupendium's song. If you enjoyed the Untitled Goose Game, look up Stupendium, and it's called What a Foul Day. And it's good. You will like it. Did you know that there is an artist of Pokemon cards that makes crocheted Pokemon cards? Yeah, that's probably why they're coming after the crochet people who make crocheted Pokemon so hard. They could probably consider it their territory now. Not that particular artist, I mean Nintendo in general. Shut down a bunch of Instagram accounts. Not that long ago. Yeah. Yeah, so, I was aware. If the rules were looser, it could have been a really cool thing to do to make a set of Pokemon cards with all of our crocheted Pokemon. Like, pose them up, take the photos, get them printed out. But not only am I not a card game collector, like I don't collect the cards, and with what's happening with the card economy, now is not the time to start. But yeah, that I think it treads on too many toes. And I like to fly just a little bit more under the radar so that we can continue with this little project for as long as we can. You had a neighbour who was the same. Dog was a pit bull. Oh my goodness. Absolutely terrorised all the kids who couldn't even play at the park because he could bring his dog. Oh, that's rough. rough. Oh, skipped a stitch. Now, very soon I will be transitioning to the grey, and we'll make the first layer of the hat. The horns here are going to be made separately. The gem, I think we will sew on, but we'll potentially make as a little magic ring. The eyes, that's the mouth there, so the eyes will also just be like little white magic rings that we make. Yeah, lots of little tiny embroidered details on these guys really make it. Like, I remember with Slowbro, I stitched the eyes onto the back of the shell, and so that's going to happen here as well. It's the tiny little details that don't really show up anywhere that make them really cool. He's going to be the most rotund Slowking ever. I've made his booty way too big. He does his booty and his duty. Alright, so that's where the mouth will go. I'm actually going to just real quick whip up a potato mouth so that we can use it to make sure that I'm making the head big enough. Current name list is Slow Roast, Professional Pantene the 5th, King Eduardo CCCIX, and Evolutionary Bits. Who got Evolutionary Bits onto the name list? Four, 5, and 6. Should really write this down. There's a lot of construction going on outside today. Hopefully it's not interfering with the mic too much. I mean, Mr. Burns probably would have told me by now if it was an issue. I'm very much a windows and doors open type of person. So like I like having the windows open all the time, no matter if it's hot or cold. That does mean that a lot of the outside sounds become inside sounds. We have double glazing though, so we could shut that noise down a little bit if it was a problem. Glorious chunk. Oh, hi Sour Sprout. Mouth. King Evobits, long may he reign. 3, 4.
I'm not hearing it through the microphone.
Okay, that's fine then. Okay. Okay, so the head does need to be a wee bit taller. I swear I have my snippers here. Yeah. You want Eduardo to be the shell and Slowking to be called King Evobits. But then, I don't know if that works necessarily, because like, Slowpoke we have been calling Eduardo ever since we handed him a rose, and Slowpoke doesn't have the shell yet. He was just sassy. So that will go there. It's the right colour? Yeah, it's the right colour. Okay. So this needs to be at least one more Miss Swan. I look forward to being once again in a place with birds. There's occasional birds here, but there's not really specific birds because we face out onto a parking lot. That said, recently we've had a delightful little willy wagtail come and eat some of the bugs off our little balcony area. And he's a chunky little fellow, so I know he's doing well. And also we can hear his missus telling him off occasionally at night. So I believe he is the one who would be like singing his romantic song at 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. every single night a couple of years ago. I think he found himself a girl mate. And we can hear them like nattering at one another at night sometimes now, which is lovely. And I like it when the little chunky guy comes to visit because it reminds me the birds exist and birds are great. I love many things about this planet and birds are one of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Specifically birds interact, like, well, okay, birds in general, but also birds that are interacting with the world in unintuitive ways. Like the bird that chooses to run instead of fly, but which makes sense if you consider how much effort flying might be. But like, the birds that make running look like a lot of effort as well, but yet are still somehow choosing to do that. The bird determined to open the latch to the gate using nothing but its beak. It's like, no, silly bird, don't do that. Is the coronation ceremony just all of the Slowbros sticking their heads in a pool to see who is chosen by the crown? Maybe the shell is the king? Strange crustaceans distributing hats is no method of governance. That sounds like a reference to an Arthurian myth. Arthurian myth? Okay. I don't really want to make your head much taller than this. Power up the thing around there. The eyes go here. We still need at least one more row. It's looking very, very tall. Before attaching the crown, can we take some pics for the unofficial Pokemon album? Sure, but I'm building the crown directly onto the head, so it's not going to be sewn on, if that's what you're thinking. Ah, it's a Holy Grail reference. I should have caught that one there. Wait, we have an unofficial Pokemon album? Feels so wrong to continue doing rose. This is the last row of pink. I'm doing it now, and then we're swapping to our grey. And I'm going to do my best with the hat. The hat is going to be perched very perkily on top of the head with no slope to it at all. Maybe I should do the hat as a separate piece. No, it'll look so nice if I can get it working this way. We have these precious birds called killdeer that make ground nests. They'll fake a broken wing to distract predators away from their nests. Yeah, mountain ducks do the same. Might just be all ducks that do it. But if they sense danger is near their nests, one of the pair of adult ducks required to make said eggs will make a flap and act like an injured duck, like flat, like broken wing or like limping or just like generally making a ruckus to lead danger away. So like, it begs the question, whenever I'm in any kind of pairing, romantic or otherwise, I'm just like, which one is the sacrificial duck? It can be kind of fun to try and work out. Don't ever tell the sacrificial duck that they're the sacrificial duck. They don't like it. It's only fun if you're the non-sacrificial duck. It's just if you are the sacrificial duck, you have to make plans to get away faster. It's like when you're trying to outrun the bear. You don't have to outrun the bear, you just have to outrun whoever you're with. There's something deeply uncomfortable about the concept of a cavity nester. It does unpleasant things to my brain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we're swapping to our grey. And we're going to do 15 front per single crochet around. I both failed to say that correctly and write it down correctly. For anyone keeping track, we are not communicating efficiently in any of our methods. I want a shirt that says, "I'm the sacrificial duck." Angry Bear Ironworks, ducks don't have hands, so they would struggle to use weapons. As in they nested things like holes and trucks. Grey, I kind of thought that was true, but just something about... For me, cavity is a little bit more of an evocative term. Though I understand that words have meanings, and you are using it likely correctly. I have not verified this particular duck or its mating habits. You can't feed birds anymore because it summons the rat, the non-pet kind, unfortunately. Yeah, I know that they're having a massive mouse problem in one of the Australian states. I think it's Adelaide, where like the footage is wild. The whole ground is just teeming with these mice. I don't know what's happened over there to cause this, but we got plague and pestilence sorted over here right now. Okay. So that is kind of the hat. And then the mouth will kind of go here. And we need 2 little eyes to... Where's my tortie? There's my tortie. Pay no attention to how many pins the tortie currently has. They're all in the tardigrade. I'm trying really hard to make. I think I'm on a good track with the smaller tardigrade now, by the way. He's turning out about this big, which is a weird kind of in-between size. It's not quite big enough to cuddle, but not quite small enough to be a desk ornament. So I don't know how I feel about it, but it's likely going to be the final form of the fellow. And I am doing a double strand for most of the pieces, so like there is a chance that you could just make him smaller by using a single strand. Anyway, that is in progress. It was going to be this week's pattern, but we've had a dragon pivot. The dragon override has been enacted. Let's put some little nostrils in there for you. Hello. I've just made this into just absolute danger zone for myself. Let's poke these pins in safe directions. Okay, that's better. Alrighty, so we have 15 stitches to work with. We need to grow the brim of the hat a little bit. I'm thinking we'll grow by 5. Now you're thinking of a duck wielding a knife in its mouth. Well, that's actually really funny because I always describe ducks as, so like, the main difference between chickens and ducks, right, is that chickens are pointy and have corners and ducks are all smooth and round. So I always joke that chickens stole all the ducks' corners. Because, like, think about how you draw a duck, right? So you draw a duck like this. This is the world's most basic, simple duck type shape. It's almost looking like a seagull. I have failed the duck drawing class, right? But, like, let's just say for a second that happened to look like a duck and not a seagull. Right? Duck. But then you've got chicken. All the corners, none of the corners. And so the idea of a duck wielding a knife is very funny to me because, like, it would have to, because the chicken stole all of its corners and the duck doesn't want to get mugged again. It's more of a bayonet. Oh, it's a sword. It's a duck with a sword. But the chicken's here to take it. What am I even talking about? 5 repeats, single and an increase. And we'll just stay in our lane. Stop arming the local fowl. Is there enough room for eyes above the mouth at the moment? Not really. We'll make it work. Here is a duck, draws a seagull. Hey! I'm doing my best. Keep in mind that everything I'm drawing is from memory. The only reference image I have up on my screen at the moment is the flippin' Slowking.
Is there room for eyes above the mouth?
I already answered that question. They have to be ready for foul play, they do indeed. You'd think they just learn how to duck. Thank you. Thank you for checking. Your 12 days of crochet goose got a knife in its mouth. Oh dear. Something went wrong with my count just then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Oh, I know what went wrong with my count just then. It was a faulty premise. So back we go to fix the faulty premise. I did the wrong sequence. There we go. Let's try this again. 1, 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. 12. Hi, Andy. Geese are a nice balance of corners to curves. I agree. But I also think that everybody's too scared to try and take any of their corners away from them. And you know what else? Swans. Swans are a series of beautiful scrolling line work. But swans are the meanest thing you'll ever encounter ever. Stay away from swans. Like, I actually think that swans are meaner than geese. See, so when I sew the mouth on, it'll be a little bit more scrunched. I can't pin it properly right now for fear of impaling myself. There And then the two eyes will go like scooched on in there. So I'll make tiny little scooching eyes for scooching. We'll get them wedged on in there. We're building this guy completely out of sequence, but I think we're all fine with it, really. We're kind of just making it work. All of Swan's corners became temperament rather than physical. Yes, the swans have internalized their corners. It's kind of like the that mutated geometry, right? So you know the definition of a square, yeah? It's 4 equally sized sides separated or like joined with 4 90-degree angles. So basically the sides all have to be the same length and they all have to be right angles. But that also means that, I'm trying to remember exactly how to draw it. It's like some ridiculous thing like this is also a square. Like, yeah. Or something. Like, it's like some weird mutated geometry thing that involved like a loop. When I started describing this concept to you, I remembered what the shape looked like. By the time we got to the time it was time to draw it, I had forgotten. Just to be really upfront about that. But like, yeah, basically there is also a shape that's like all twisted and mutated that also has 4 sides of equal length and 4 right angles. And it does not look anything like a square, but does fit the exact definition. And just like that, we end up back in a Diogenes conversation. It's like anytime you try to use like physical parameters as points of definition, I'm butchering this, but basically anytime you try to use like physical descriptors as a way of defining what something is or isn't, is you end up in murky territory. You don't understand swan and geese. You reckon you could take 50 of them. Wrong, honey. You could not. Please do not fight the geese or the swans. Please nobody bait him into fighting swans. There are plenty of them on the river. Behold a man! Thank you. Yes. I do love when I can just like blurt out a series of words of just like not even finishing my sentences and somebody is still somehow following what I'm talking about. He could handle exactly 2 swans if he was having a very lucky day because he has 2 hands. And we all know that the only way to manage a swan is to keep it at arm's length. How are we doing? Hi, Nat. We are doing good. We are making Slowking, our benevolent ruler. And the theme is hats, which is kind of fun. Slide your second eyeball into place. So there we go. Anybody who was worried, the eyes do in fact fit under the brim of the hat, and he's not concerned. He's terribly, terribly alert. He is a lot taller than he needed to be. In fact, he would have been a lot cuter if I'd cut him off like there. Like all of this was wasted effort. I feel like I should frog it all the way down and remove those rows and I'd be happier with it, but he'll turn out so mini if I do that. If I give him big chunky legs now and arms, does that help? Oh. I don't know how I feel about this, so I'm not continuing. What I will do is we'll make the legs and we'll start making bits and see if we end up liking it better. So I'll do arm first because it's easier. He's a bowling pin, yeah. He's kind of the shape of a boab tree, a little bit. Yeah, he's meant to be taller, but I think he's meant to be thinner. I just think that I've mucked up some of the dimensions relative. Don't frog. I'm not frogging, Sith Assassin. I'm just making some additional pieces, and if I'm still unhappy, frogging goes back on the menu. Yeah, Luke, that's what I'm thinking about too. Just like making pieces and see if we like it better. So I'm just stopping the hat there because I could trim off the pink. And we both know if I need to quietly frog, I can do it after stream when no one's there to tell me not to. Hi.
Hi. Can I borrow one of your hands for a second? And also, before you frog him, check the frill onto the neck and see what it's like.
Am I touching your butt?
Because it's warm. I've been sitting in the sun. It's been lovely. I have a whole warm back.
Just, yep.
You can't have a hot rock though because you're on camera.
No, I'm on camera. No hot rock for me. Right, I'm gonna make arms, maybe legs, and we'll just see. We'll see how we feel about it. For some reason I've gone up to 9 stitches around. Operating on pure unadulterated instinct. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Except I've done it badly. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, so my magic ring is only a 5. Why did I do that? Was there an intention behind that? It feels like it might have been intentional. Let's work with it. Real Pokemon's kind of tall. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I won't forget the frill. Then ruffle might help. I agree. Single ink. Nobody panic, I'm not going off half frogged. We're gonna make some peripherals and we'll see how we like it. He's 6'7", my goodness. That makes him taller than Charizard by like a foot. Charizard's only 5'7". Can you imagine this guy towering over Charizard? That's actually so funny. Charizard comes up to, let's see, here. Rare. I'm not going to try and draw Charizard cold. I don't know if he's actually 6'7". I was just going by what Andromeda said. You know what? Sometimes they do this thing though, where they measure from like the top of the head down to the tip of the tail. So maybe he's 6'7", like curled around. I've just given up keeping count of this arm. Charizard is smaller than everybody thinks. It probably felt tall at the time, but I think at the time they were trying to make it relative to like the 10-year-olds who were playing the game, and 5'7" probably feels pretty tall if you're 5 foot. It like makes it like a good size for a little kid to ride around on. But as someone who is 5'7", 5'8", depends on how good of a night's sleep I've gotten, Charizard doesn't sound that tall to me. Oh no, that's 6'7". I thought for some reason I decimalized the 6 feet 0.7 inches into like 6.07 instead of 6.7, and it's like those are different things in metric, but they're not in freedom units. The tail, maybe. So we are going to be making a few duplicate pieces for this one. We have 20 minutes left in his allotted time, but I might chip away at him a little bit longer. We'll see. Okay, well 5'7" is 172 centimeters. No, 5'8" is 172 centimeters. 5'7" is 170 centimeters. Oh, why? Why would I do this to myself? Why did I trim off? I need constant supervision. I wasn't done. Is there, without wanting to engage too much with like gossip, I'm really curious. Like, I'm concerned if he had to stop at Gen 3 because of backlash. Are we heading into a trap of some kind? Is there a Pokemon we shouldn't make in Gen 3?
I'll check.
Yeah, because like someone said, this guy who's 3D printing Pokemon had to stop in Gen 3 due to backlash, but that could be all kinds of backlash and might not have anything to do with the Pokemon. But we are barreling towards Gen 3, and so it'd be good to know ahead of time.
I'll take a look and do some research. Do you know the name of the guy?
No, but if you look up the 3D printing
I'll look
guy,
it up.
Someone in the chat knows who they are.
Also, make sure you don't cut off because you'll need the extra bit for sewing it in.
It's not about sewing it in. I hadn't finished stitching it yet. I just trimmed it off after I finished making it long enough.
Ah!
Yeah.
Don't do that.
No. Thank you. Thank you, skeleton.
Charizard, Slowking. What?
Yeah. honey. Charizard, Slowking.
Yeah. The Pokemon she tells you not to worry about. Didn't mention he's a royalty.
Yeah. You know what? The extra foot is just his crown.
He's a thief.
He's using performance enhancing costuming. I'm seeing some happy birthdays in the chat, but happy birthday, Nat. There wasn't enough interest in the comments were less than friendly. Okay, well that's not going to be a problem for us. The interest thing, your interest is allowed to wane over time. Please only turn up for as long as it's fun for you. But y'all are the friendliest group of people on the internet, seriously. I love using my shears, but I autopiloted just then. I forgot to do the last row, and it is necessary to like round off the back of the arm. So it's just very frustrating because normally my autopilot is pretty like on the money. Like sometimes I can disassociate completely and I look back down and I've made the thing. Sometimes the hands have different ideas, and it's probably because I'm so concerned at the moment that things aren't quite turning out right. But we will try some things and try some more things and try some more things. And like the limbs should still be okay. Like at most what might happen is I might frog the head, end up going up a size with the head to make it more in proportion, but maybe he's just been snacking like a lot. And you never know. Sometimes as you add bits on, things start looking a little bit more to scale, you know? Hearing about why he stopped there though, it makes sense to me because like I really like the Pokemon content, and there is a group of you who are like big fans of the Pokemon content, so that's cool. That's who that gets made for. But it's not the best performing content on my other channel, and it does always come with inherent IP risks, even if you are doing like towing a line and trying to do the right thing. So it's part of the reason why these streams got moved over here. I've talked before about a number of different reasons. But one of them is the fact that Pokemon content sort of does dwindle over time. People are really interested in some but not others, and they want novelty and they don't want like consistent long form series in general. It's not exciting enough to get your stuff out there far enough to actually make your living. So the idea that interest waned makes sense to me, because when I first started doing these streams, I was averaging 200 or 300 people here live, and I think right now we hit about 100, and I love you guys and I keep doing it. I'm happy to have the 100 that I've got, but that's not, that's like the slow dwindle over time, and it makes sense to me that it reaches a point where it's no longer worth the resources that he would have had to put into it in terms of just power, the machine, the plastic. It also probably, if you're printing them to size, it reaches a point where like, where on earth do you put them? It's an ongoing concern for me as well. Mine are still little and squishy, and I can just chuck them in plastic tubs, and I'm hoping to someday buy a house, and then we can just have the Pokemon room. He did many of the requests and people were still not satisfied. That's just the internet. You got to learn how to filter stuff out, but if you're like interacting that closely with everybody, it can... It reaches a point of like, why are we doing this? Not for me, but like, I know why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because I like this. Also, putting them into a shredder to reclaim the plastic is sad. Yeah, like for a while there, I thought about doing my Pokemon run, like my Soul Silver or my Black run, as Nuzlockes, and when they die, we had to like frog or burn the creation, and I couldn't do it, and it felt disrespectful to you guys as well, because like there's such joy in the act of creating a thing. It would just like... The idea of destroying it afterwards, I don't have it in me. Are they your little flippery feet? I feel like you don't have very big little flippery feet. I wish I'd made you slightly smaller. We'll just put your belly right on the ground. It'll be fine. You find you're not particularly interested in Pokemon content, but am interested in the creative process of you freehanding the Pokemon. Yep. Yeah, and that's exactly it. I try it. I'm just out here living my streaming life, and on the main channel I try and not let Pokemon stuff overtake it too much. But then every so often we update people over there, like with I should really start planning the Gen 2 video. Thank you, by the way. And this goes out to the replay gang as well as everybody who's currently here. Anyone who's leaving me timestamps in the comments, I haven't gone back and compiled them yet, but there's a couple of you who have been like leaving me timestamps for every stream of like which moments are the ones that are like the ones I should go back and collect. I'm just like, that's awesome. Thank you so much for doing that. Because goodness knows when I'm here just burbling away, I'm missing the moments that are magical for you guys. Mr. Bones, it is Mr. Bones' birthday month. It is indeed. It is indeed. I'll do one of those. 5-second crochet around the back. Happy birthday to everybody. I feel like I've been falling off a little bit on remembering to wish everybody a happy birthday, but like, happy birthday, folks. I hope that you guys are celebrating yourselves, and I hope that the people in your life are celebrating you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your niece is an almost birthday twin with you and she loves it so much. Her joy over it is so precious. Well, my older brother, who 8 years older than me, and my younger sister, who are 2 years younger than me, are birthday twins. They were born on the same day. All those years apart. I think it's 8 and 2. Time gets funny when you hit your 30s, okay? You stop tracking even your own birthday. I still only, like, I've been saying this for years, like, I am vaguely aware, and when I do the math, I know how old I am. But, like, I am vaguely in the middle of my 30s. And, like, folks, that's as specific as any of you should get it about your age online, because people can use it to track your date of birth and target you and steal your identity. And I've got my tinfoil hat on right now. It's like, don't share specifics about birthdays online. Just in case, because this stream is staying live, and so while you're comfortable with the people you're currently talking to knowing it's your birthday, you might not be super comfortable with the strangers coming through later finding out that it's your birthday. As children, that must have been tough. Maybe. Okay, the name suggestions. Just when I start remembering my age, it up and changes again. Exactly. Do I want to shrink again? How much of a flipper do you have, sir? No, I think we've flippered enough. Current name list is Slow Roast, King Evobits, King Eduardo, CCCIX, and Glorious Chunk. Alright, so Slow Roast, for anyone who joined after the start of stream, is because Slowpoke's name is Slowpork, and Slowbro's name was something. Why does that not stick? It's slow something. Slow-mo. You always had 2 years to your age, so when my actual birthday comes, you have 2 years of training. Yeah, I like that. I went through a big patch where I just like didn't celebrate my birthday. Mr. Bones is here now, so we at least have cake every year. And that's nice. I like to play video games and eat Chinese food on my birthday. That's what I do. So I'm almost back to the point of like tracking and celebrating them again now. But you lose some big chunks of time. And my goodness, the time goes so fast as you get older. It does. It's just like, whew. And yeah, it's a little bit crazy. Yeah, you once played COD with a seal buddy online, and this kid threatened to do unspeakable things to your buddy's family. Your buddy emailed his father about his son's behavior with nothing but a username. Good. Do it. Hold folks accountable for their behavior online. The myth of, oh, but it's only on the internet, isn't true. You're just showing who you are when there's nobody watching you. And I'm getting very serious today. We're going to pull out of that particular curve. 1, 2, 3. I will start this name vote any second. I just want to finish this leg first. Oh, I'm doing an increase 5. That's fun. It's always interesting when I don't even know what I'm doing until it's happened. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I don't know about you guys, but I have not been hydrating enough on recent streams, and I've not been hydrating enough today, so I want all of you to go hydrate or dihydrate. We're bringing it back. Got to drink those fluids. Why are the chicken and the duck fighting? Well, because the chicken stole all of the duck's corners. And I'm not being obtuse. That was literally the only reason I drew that picture. Don't care what fluids you're drinking, as long as you're drinking some sort of fluid. Preferably a non-alcoholic one, but who am I to judge? A good little stompy foot. We need to go up another row, I think. 2. I do know that he has toenails that I haven't done yet. 3. But we will get there. 4. 5. Yeah, the duck is smooth. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. Sorry, I'm slowly creeping off camera. 11 and 12. It's the ducks and the chickens thing is just a long-running joke I kind of have with myself that I occasionally include you guys in on. And that is like, I always think of chickens as being really pointy. They're very kiki, whereas ducks are very boba. If you're familiar with that language experiment of like, if asked to name these two shapes, one is Kiki and one is Boba, pretty much everyone picks this as Kiki and that is Boba. It's like, ducks are Boba, chickens are Kiki. It's just, yeah. That's all. That's literally it. There's nothing further to understand. You have not, this is not a sequel. You have not missed the first part of the film. Not kinky, Kiki. I very carefully enunciated that. Thank you. Anyone here watch Michael yet? No, but I am going to go see the new Devil Wears Prada film tomorrow. And I saw Project Hail Mary like last week. Okay, that is a 3-hour movie, and I didn't need a toilet break at any point during it because I was crying so hard throughout the whole film that I must have dehydrated myself, and I was drinking. Yeah.
Dirty, dirty, dirty. Is this room for garbage?
All right, enough. We don't want any spoilers. That's all we're going to say about Project Hail Mary, but you should all go see it.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
No, that wasn't a spoiler, honey. I'm just, like, helping contain it. Your dog is named Kiki, but she's very boba. Oh, well, okay. How's that? There's no n sound in the middle. It's Kiki. It's a linguistics thing, I think. Anyway, it's just a thing. You've heard so many good things? Yes, it's good. It's good, and you should watch it, and it is good. But, yeah, I don't think I've ever just like from... I found religion in the first 20 minutes, and then I cried for the next 2.5 hours. Like, it's good, but strap in. Yeah. Okay. Leg. No stuffing on the leg because I've made him so rotund. I want the legs to, like, eat some of that. I almost said girth. But I didn't. So we're still okay. See, he's too fat. His proportions are all wrong. I'll start the name vote and then I'll make the frill and that'll be like a thing. Y'all, I'm not going to tell you again. Stop trying to eat Andy. Mr. Bones, I'm afraid I need the name list. I know you've been very good about sharing it up until this moment, but I'm afraid I needed to throw myself upon your mercy just one more time. I'm going to go rogue. King... Is it King Eduardo? No, there it is. Slow roast. Ah, there's a cable on top of my keyboard. There we go. The caps lock. Slow roast. Okay. Ah, they're already gone. King Evobits. King Eduardo. CCC. X. For anyone wondering about the CCCIX, it's because he is the 309th Pokemon we have made. So that's where that came from. And glorious chunk. You may name him while I try and work out how to make his fancy ribbons. So I have two choices here. I can use long stitches. Actually might be easier. Do we reckon this is a base of red or a base of white? Probably neither. Probably a base of pink would blend the best, but we'll start with a base of white and just see what it looks like. Four. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18. Okay, 19, 20, 21. And we need 2 turning chains. And we'll work a little treble in the 3rd stitch from our chain. And we're going to have to change colours a lot. Just a lot. I'm kind of just winging this a little bit. So I worked my 2 orange stitches into the same chain, just because increases are what's going to give it the curve. Is this a good thickness for it? Yes, I think this is a good thickness for it, but I don't want to go 2 stitches in every stitch around. That's too big. Oh, should have been a colour change. This is not the way I originally planned to do this either. I originally planned to work like really teeny tiny short rows, but this sort of seems to make sense to me in the moment. So let's see, we did a treble, and we did a red 1, and then a white 2 TR. We're going to repeat that however many times we need to. Yeah, that's my thought as well. I can make the head bigger rather than making the booty smaller. No thanks, honey.
I'm probably going to do some for myself anyway.
You should.
Something warm and salty.
You should. I was just going to have a bun. Ray Porter, the best sci-fi narrator out there, reads the Hail Mary book. I have to... Makona Barb, I have not tried Ray Porter, so I do not have a basis for comparison, but Jeff Hayes. Jeff Hayes is the best audiobook narrator out there. Fight me. Hopefully this reaches all the way around his necky. You've heard some good reviews for Devil Wears Prada 2? Oh, good. Like, I liked the first one for what it was. I hear that the second one is diverting from the original plot of the book, which frankly might be a relief. Have not read the books, but have heard what the original ending from the books is. And, wasn't something I was particularly excited about. Honestly, I'm just ready for some nostalgia. That's it. It doesn't have to be anything spectacularly narrative. It doesn't need to teach me a lesson. It doesn't need to get me home safe at the end of the adventure. I'm just looking forward to hanging out with those characters again for just a little bit. And as long as they don't change anything too fundamentally or ruin the first one, I'm going to be happy. Yeah. No, Makona Barb, I am not offended. And Jeff Hayes is the sound booth theatre guy. Like, that's his thing. But he narrates the Dungeon Crawler Carl books. That's, yeah. But the reason I speak so highly of him, or one of the reasons I speak so highly of him, is the fact that he's the one who convinced me that, okay, audiobooks don't all suck. He does a good job with them, and he does all the voices, and he makes them actually good. Whereas, like, I am a reader, and so, like, I found audiobooks a really unpleasant experience in general up until I tried the specific Dungeon Crawler Carl ones. So that's where that was coming from, but I just gave it a little bit of flavour. Y'all, I actually think this just emphasizes how little the head is. What? Oh. You didn't realize Jeff Hayes did all the voices? There is the, like, I don't know if there's still the original audios out there. Originally there was like 1 or 2 other people who occasionally did like little cameos. And there still might be out there. Like there's a really notable one by someone really fun in, I'm trying to be really, really vague. In one of the more recent books. I think it was the most recent one. No, it wasn't, because the most recent one's Inevitable Ruin. Parade of Horribles comes out this month, but
I have a really stupid idea.
Okay.
You know the frill around the neck?
Yeah?
What if you built another head on top of that and then just pulled it over the top of the other one?
That actually isn't a stupid idea. That actually works.
Yeah. And then you could just give him like a beanie, which is another head. We call him Hannibal Lecter.
No, it looks like we're naming him King Eduardo pretty decisively. Why is he like Beaker the Muppet? I think it's not helping that his hat is currently just like a grey ring around the top of his head. Anyway, yeah, there's a guest spot by Patrick Warburton, which is very, very fun. I cannot remember the name of the book. I think it's book 6. Yay! Viking Mango! Hooray! I have been trying to convince everybody to read it, and I feel like I have done... You know what? I feel like... Don't get me wrong, it's huge now, but I feel like if we split up all the people in the world who somehow heard about Dungeon Crawler Carl and started reading it, that like through either me or through someone I told to read it originally, then I feel like I am there. I'm a tiny little blip in the data, but I feel like I get my own category, because like I have been talking about that book for years, and I have been getting everybody to read them, and the people who I tell other people to read it, and so like it ripples out and out and out and out and out. Used to be it was started during COVID, and you used to be able to read it on Royal Road. It was just like an ongoing web story. It's really cool to see it absolutely explode the way it deserves to. He pounded out like the first 3 or 4 books in a single year. It's just like done. Hannibal Lecter? There we go. I'm nearly finished this particular piece. And I'm disinclined to continue the hat until I'm a little bit more resolved about the head. Because we might just end up doing what Mr. Bones was saying. How about just making an entirely new headpiece and sliding it on over the top? We are one giant yarn tangle, and I promise to stop and fix that in a second. But not right now. Where do you all listen to your audiobooks? We used to listen on Audible. I know that Soundbooth has their own app now. And when I go back for a re-listen, I might try on there, but we already own them all on Audible. And I will admit that as big of a fan as I am of Soundbooth Theatre, I find their immersive cinematic tunnel recordings very distracting. I don't like them. I like them just the reading. I think they call them the immersion tunnels or something. It's a cool concept, but it doesn't seem to be for me. But that seems to be what the versions they've managed to retain the rights to are. So go forth at your own risk. There we go. Did I get them all? I got them all. Alright, and we will untangle this, and we'll untangle that, and we'll untangle a little bit of this. Okay, let's close off this name poll because you guys have decided quite conclusively. His name is King Eduardo CCCIX with 50% of the vote. Then came Slow Roast at 30%, Glorious Chunk at 14%, and King Everbits at 6%. Thank you to everybody who voted. It's nice that we've actually formally named one of them Eduardo now, given that we've been referring to Slowpoke as Eduardo since basically just after we named him Slowpork. A noble name for a great and glorious king. So, if I pin this on, it will hopefully fit. Because I made it to fit. And it's allowed to flip out a little bit. And if it's too big, I can fold it in and out. If it's too small, I can stretch it a little. That's a blunt pin. I should really throw those away. But then, like, inevitably I run out of pins and I'm like, no, we can't throw away pins if we're going to run out of pins. Perfect size. This needs to be sewn together too at the ends, but we'll get there. And this needs to flip outwards, not downwards. Onwards, not upwards. I'm ever twirling, twirling, twirling towards victory. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Less 1 TR at the end. Yeah. Pins aren't expensive. I know they're not, but I never seem to be in a place where where the pins are while remembering I need them. Okay, this needs to be slightly bigger, but when I'll stretch it just a little bit because, like you see, I'm just missing maybe 2 stitches at the back, but I'll stretch it just a little bit more when I'm sewing it on. Could also be scooched up a little bit, face scooched down a little bit. I don't know, maybe it's okay. I just think it would have been better less 3 rows in this main bulb. Anyway, we might leave this one here. Still needs a tail, still needs his hat, still needs his other arm and his other leg and his little belly piece. But until I can resolve how I feel about this bit, we're not going to make progress, and I'm not going to be able to do that on a time crunch. So I will pop this one to one side. I'm even going to trim off the grey, because I'll just magic knot it back on when we need it. Pop him in the project bin, and you guys can pick a second hat. Here it is. Let's move Slowpoke out of the way. Or Slowking out of the way, I should say. There we go. Alright, so you guys, you have 3 more hats to choose. These 3 Pokemon have lost their hats. Who are they? Who knows? But we're going to make 1 more of them today. So I'll start the poll, and then I'm going to go for a little break. So I will see you guys when we return. Have fun picking a hat. You know me, it's going to take me a second to get everything all sorted and up on the screen where we want it. Okay, cool. So we've got our little mini player going down there. Can I move this over a little bit so you can see? I can. Alright. Alright, I'll see you when we get back. I'm back. I think I turned the mic back on. I probably turned the mic back on before. Was the mic ever even off? That's a question to be asking, isn't it? Let's see. Get out from over there. Okay, who have you all picked? Let's turn off the mini player so we can actually see chat back on the screen. And let's close off the poll. Okay, you guys have picked a tie. You guys have picked a tie. Well, you can't have a tie. So doors number 1 and number 4 tied at 38% each, and number 3 came in at 24%. So let's just say we voted to eliminate one. You guys can pick 1 and 4, and we're doing it very quickly. And of course, we will be opening all of the doors at the end of stream, so there is a reveal. We believe in closure around here. Oh no! Yeah, I got there. Oh no! That goes in there too. Hi, back. I'm Angry Bear. Yeah. My personal favourite is if someone says I'm back, I go, and you're front. You're both here. Alrighty, I am closing this off, and there is a time delay, so it doesn't matter if I do a countdown or not. I'm closing this off very, very soon. 3, 2, 1. It is closed. Okay, so number 4 has won with 53% of the vote, and then came number 1 at 47%. And you know what? Most of you did. We got the same roughly number of votes, I think. Oh no, we got a few more votes on the longer one, but that's fine. That's fine. Close enough. You guys have picked door number 4, the door we adore. We might call him Theodore. All right. Anyway, enough of that. Let's reveal who is behind door number 4. I did see some correct guesses for this one. Who is wearing the yellow and black striped hat? It's Heracross! Hey! And he will be our 83rd Pokemon. Update this for Gen 2. 310th overall. This is starting to look quite impressive, frankly, if I do say so myself. Sprite, change you over to the yellow giraffe. Do I still have the Fluffy line here? I still have Mareep here. I don't have Fluffy nearby. Still have the Reaper. Why did we not call you Reaper? That'd be so funny if you were the Reaper. Don't fear the Reaper. Baz of Wrath. Focusing though, minimizing that, getting the job done. That's cute. He looks so angry. Yeah, he's real angry in that profile pic. Not having any of it. Now, I do remember from when we made Flaffy like 2 weeks ago that basically all of Flaffy's shapes are just a squished down Ampharos, which surprised me, frankly, but it shouldn't have. So yeah, we are finally ticking off Ampharos today. Real fan favorite there. I might draw him down here. And he's got Torty kind of mucking up the reference image there a little bit for us. He's got ear cones. That are the same as these ones. And we'll use safety eyes. But I don't really want to make mine angry. Is that okay with everyone if I don't make mine angry? Oh no, another long potato. We have not been having luck with our long potatoes today. We got flippers. Oh, we have a belly patch. Going rogue with the pose right now. We have battle thighs. One, two, three stripes on the tail. And 3 stripes on the neck as well. These will be stitched on details, not stitched in details. Did I forget anything? Looks like he has he has no side nail. It's just the drawing underneath it. Why his arms look like penguin wings? Look at the... that's not a design choice I have been making. That is a design choice that they made, and I am just going with it. I will say he should look more triangle. He looks hunched over in the picture I have drawn here. I almost want to swing the leg up. He's kung fu fighting. Swing this leg up too. Because then he looks like he's fallen on his butt. Do we have any toe beans? And just to remind everybody, this is not the mega form, so there is no hair. No fabulous Fabio hair for us today. Up to the tail and down. I'm not necessarily going to make him in a seated pose, I just thought it was cute. Pokemon logic, sheep turns into a kangaroo with flippers. Phoebe Buffet. Oh wow, there's a whole name list already. Happy Zappy, Andromeda, Annie Banani, Mellow Yellow, Woohoo. Wow. It's a lot of names. Let me just look up the names because I think they are Kababra and Dolly Barton are the first two, but I don't know if we don't have a name stored currently for Ampharos, and wouldn't you know it, Ampharos is a dragon apparently. At least that's what my spreadsheet says. I don't know if that's just the mega typing or what, but this is a dragon and Charizard isn't. Pokemon making choices there. So, let's see. In terms of the shapes that we need to make. Hello. We need pointy egg with neck down to triangle skittle. Yes. We need a belly patch. We need a tail. And it looks like on the rest of this range we've stitched in the stripes on the tail and on the ears. So I will stitch in the stripes on the tail and the ears. But I'm not doing the neck ones. They're too thin. tells. We have to put safety eyes in. We need a flipper. Double layered for structure. Mega is dragon, regular is not. Alright, thank you. Sorry, my spreadsheet must be wrong. I'm going to fix that right now. It makes me nervous that it's wrong, because that's the first one I've seen where I'm like, hang on, is that right? But that doesn't mean it's the only one that's happened. Just change that back to just regular electric. Because I knew the mega was dragon. And then we just need some chunky little... They have a fondness for this particular type of leg. And the way we make them is basically going to mean I can put him in a seated pose if we want, or swing him down and have him standing. It's fine either way. Those are our pieces. Now, in terms of the yellow I would like to use today, I have an odd pitch. I want to use the weird thin mid yellow. That is between the lemon sorbet and the sun gold we normally use. Hang on, I can pull both of those up. It's between these two colours, right? Because we use this for the ears and the tail here. And actually, you know what? Give me 1 second. Flaffy will be right on top of the container. And we haven't panicked yet today, so I feel like I have one in the chamber that I'm allowed to use. Nobody panic! There you are, my fluffy little thing. Oh, you don't have any yellow on you at all. Cool. I went and found the Flaffster. Okay, there we go. I'm seeing the comment about stitching yellow onto the black, onto like a black block for the neck. That's not a bad idea. You might be onto something there. So I've used lemon sorbet for the fluff and the scroll, and then this for the ears. And so this is more correct for the flesh than that is. And yeah, I'm going with this yellow. I think that it's just a fairly... He's been too busy counting himself. He keeps falling over asleep. My goodness, my little sheepy friend. There we go. Just needed some leg wrangling. We have some white, and it looks like we've used some like orange for this one here, but I'd rather use a berry tone. Not to be confused with a baritone. I'm thinking something... No, that's not red enough. Could use that. It's more fluorescent water. It's basically fluorescent watermelon. It looks exactly right on that top-down cam, but it's not right in person. I know I have some watermelon in here somewhere. Rummage. Aha! There you are. This is the shade. It looks right there. Okay. Want to go shiny and make it purple? Or is it pink? I actually don't know. I have a shiny one, so I should know. But no, we don't just go making shinies on a whim. That has to be very specific situations to call for one. You two fluffy fellows go over there. And we need black as well. So these are our colours. Yes. Won't need this today probably, so I'll just pop that straight in the project bin. And I actually like the idea of working the neck in black and stitching the yellow over the top. I think it's a good idea. Mr. Bones said it on Discord. What's happening? It's always Outback. It's not Outback. We're not doing Outback. Outback is not the right colour for this. This is Outback. It is not right. It definitely needed a berrier tone. I think watermelon should be in the freezer. Okay, so now we just have to get started, and I have these two here for scale, so there's no excuses for this to end up outlandish. The time has come for our little amphitheatre. Here we go. I'm going to start, I think, at the top of the head. Oh, I don't even know. This head would look way better if I started at the nose and worked towards the back, but that makes curving into this body such a pain in the tuchus. So maybe we end up splitting that into 2 pieces. Nacro, thanks for hanging out. Wanting to do one is a very specific reason. Fair enough. I am trying to keep my Pokédex looking fairly orderly though. The occasional shiny has snuck through in Gen 3 and 4. But other than that... Oh, there was the green Poliwrath, but that's just because I just made Poliwhirl in the right colour. And Poliwrath was basically the same thing again. And I was bored. And so I did make a green one of that, but I was able to just colour adjust it down to the right shade of blue because everything else on him was black and white. And from there I realised I don't really want shinies in my overall Pokédex. And that was good to know. It's good to know. Because I finally updated the poster with all the names on it. I know it's almost 6 months later. I finally updated the poster with all the names on it like last week, and I am going to be taking it down to my local printers to get one printed up for myself. Because I can't have all of the littles on display because they just take up too much room and they'll gather too much dust. We live in a dusty place. But I would like to not have a reminder about them, so I'm going to get them printed up. I think A3. So not huge because we have to fit 10 gens of this somewhere. So like A3, the little tiny photos of each of them with their names underneath. And maybe we'll go up to A2 and get them framed and hung on the wall. Be nice. Well, see, I loved Shiny Flaffy. Oh no, sorry, not Shiny Flaffy. I keep getting Flaffy and Mareep mixed up. Shiny Mareep is an absolute little darling. Shiny Mareep is pink with blue, like it's just a little pink sheep. And I was playing Scarlet and Violet, and I'd only been playing for about an hour, and I was in that starting zone, just enjoying running backwards and forwards in the grass, and a little shiny sheep just wandered out of the fog at me and said, "Take me with you," and I had little Floss with me forever, for the whole run. I feel like you didn't get as close to your Pokemon in those games as you had to in previous ones. I think it's because of the auto battle feature. You just didn't have to spend that much time with them. Such flappy little fins. Okay, current name list. Scrooge McSheep, Philip Fabularos, Annie Banani, and Kangaroo with Flippers. I love the idea of having to read out the names. Being like Kababra, Donny Barton, Kangaroo with Flippers. There's something about that that actually tickles me a great deal. Right, so that's 9 around. Is that a big enough little head for you? Maybe not. Who knows? I should know. I'm in charge here. Yeah. This will take us up to 12. Happy Zappy. Yep, we have confirmed there are no toe beans, which is nice because he's got plenty of other stuff going on. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, we have one more to do. Yeah, that's 12 around. I think that'll have to... I can't go much bigger than 12. We can't go any bigger than 12 for this head, or we are cursing ourselves to never, ever, ever finishing our kangaroo. Your skeleton fingers. Six. Ampharos, and give him a headpiece and the fake goatee thing. Loot, you are nailing these reference images. I know it doesn't work this way, but I get this image of you like shaking your 3DS to like destabilize the little guy so that he tips over so you can get a photo of his butt. And it takes me back to that first ever mission that I sent you on, and I'm so grateful that you chose to accept to look up Blossom's skirt. Little did we know the path we would be on. Wait, what's happening? What have you to say, Mr. Bones? What wisdom would you share with us mere mortals as we bond with each other through the love of pocket-carried monsters? What? Oh, right. You heard the clacking of Mr. Bones. Mr. Bones could be typing to anyone for any reason. He's allowed to multitask. Just going around, making a little drop of a head. Gonna pop the eyes straight into. This yarn I think is a slightly thinner gauge. So we've discussed this before. This yarn is thinner than my marble, but it's such a nice mid-tone that it's been really handy to have around, honestly. Because sometimes the sun gold is just too yellow. In fact, we've used the sun gold as orange and brown in the past, because contextually it somehow makes sense to do so, but we would be restricted to using that if we didn't have this mid-tone. But it does mean that like you have to work extra hard to make this mid-tone work up, because the stitches work up slightly smaller. Oh yeah, Mr. Bones, they're talking about the raptor scene with Crispy Rat going like this one. Shoo ha! Electric sounds. Zzz, 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 zzz. Shoo ha! No, not that one. What size is your noggin, dear Amphi, dear Amphi? I think one more row. Don't let me forget to put eyes in. That very nearly just happened. I felt the thought slide off my mollusk of a brain. And away it went. Y'all, I'm thinking about doing maybe a longer stream for the final 5. I don't know. It's going to depend on a lot of different things. I just thought I'd put the idea out there. You may notice that I'm pitching some of the more complicated ones a little bit more aggressively at the moment, and there are still some real easy, simple ones in the list. That's intentional, because like if I try and do the final 5 in like a massive final stream, then it'd be nice to have ones that I can do in like little tiny hours and don't take that much energy. I've already picked out who I think I want them to be, or who I want like the final 4 at least to be. So that's already cooking. In fact, one of them's been cooking for a very long time, but that's a story for another day. Yeah, so I'm thinking about doing extra long celebration final stream thing, but I will have to think about it, because it's not just my stream stamina that might be a little low these days. I have a feeling that you guys' stream stamina might be a little low these days too, and I definitely can't do it if I'm there all by myself. We are almost done with Gen 2, that is correct. But I told you it would be fast. People doubted when I was like, oh no, we'll be done by June. I'm just like, no, we're gonna be done in June. If we can stick to our schedule the way we have been. Night, Bunny Badger. Good night, Angry Bear Ironworks. 5-in-1 stream would be a massive stream, but hypothetically, if we, for the first 4, let's say that 2 of them are tiny little 1-hour ones, because we do still have a few of those left, and then 2 of them are like we do the 2 hours and then we stop, like we have been doing, just to keep things ticking over here on regular stream, and then our final one we can go until it's finished. You know what I mean? That's okay. 8 or 9 hours. That's probably pretty long. Maybe the final 3, because we are at an odd number now. Maybe our final 3. Maybe our final 4. I forgot to put eyes in. I told you it was. I've woven that end all the way in too. That's so annoying. It'd almost be faster to make the piece again than it will be to unpick this, but still, here we are. I'm so frustrated. Do I need to go rest? No, I don't need to rest. Sorry, I'll bring the vibe up again in a second. I'm just very frustrated that I even made a joke about it and then I still forgot to do it. And also this yarn is not really cooperating regarding itself being untangled. It should be there. Okay, good. Okay, cool. We found it now. Because I have to film this week's video straight after this. I already warned everybody at the start of stream. This week's video is going to be me trying really hard with my best effort and intentions to share the dragon finger puppet pattern with you guys. But it's already kind of a non-traditional pattern, and we're like, I'm going to be hitting the weird part of the stream during filming that, and I haven't been charging my phone this whole time, and I do all my filming on my phone in case anyone didn't know that. So it's gonna be a weird one. It's gonna be a kind of a funky afternoon. Okay, there we go. Round you up a couple of eyeballs. Plonk them in wherever. We have rotational symmetry. Do we reckon he's an ambush predator? Do his eyes go like closer to the front of his face, or are they very much on the sides? I have reference images for this. Why am I asking? You guys have already done the work for me here. Okay, they're a little bigger. They're a little disproportionate. Okay, and then he has like his red gem. Oh, I actually think these need to move forward if I'm putting ears at the back. These eyes are huge comparatively to what they should be here. Okay, then we have an ear and a forehead gem and an ear, and these eyes just look huge to me. But I used them on the other two. So that has to be it. Here for the weirdness. That's great, Nor, when I'm not trying to convey specific need to know information on things. That's where life starts getting a little bit trickier. We support the giant eyes. Okay, there we go. Hi. Chris
Pratem for us. It took a lot of work to Photoshop.
You did
Chris
wonderful,
Pratt out of
honey.
that.
Look at you.
It is brilliant. I'm very happy.
The movie has greatly improved. Maybe make the head bigger. You're right. But it just makes everything else so huge if I do that. So I'm going to pretend that you're wrong. Okay, you get the moral victory of knowing you're correct. I should make the head bigger. While also, I'm not doing that. I'm snapping these eyes on. They're going on. Yeah, I like it when Mr. Burns prints his stuff too. We were actually just talking during break about how there has to be a way for me to set up like a little corner of the screen, like maybe above my head in all this dead air, or like here where I have a sprite and just he has the ability to like flash an image up on the screen if he wants to. Now that said, that power would definitely be used for evil, and I would need y'all to like know that ahead of time, that is going to, there is going to be, that power will be abused. 1, 2, 3, 4. Eyes went into row 5. Eyes, row 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 stitches between. I can spell between. Why wouldn't I be able to? Head is now a foot. It is. He would peel absolutely every Pokemon. He already does that. I've kept some of my favourites around. Well, that's not true. I've got a couple from the last few streams here. So I have the re-beanied Miltank. I have Bunathan. And I have the puppy Mischievous, which all you have to do is turn him upside down. And now I have Gerantheros Park. Yeah, I think that's all the ones that I've got around me at the moment. I did put the backs on the eyes, thank you. I see we've met before. Sorry, Chris Pratamperos. By the way, we're not using a Chris Pratt name for Ampharos, not for any reasons, just we've already got Chris Raththew in Gen 1, and so I feel like he gets 1. Put it on the fridge. Oh, I do have, I think it's Apple? They go by a different name here in chat, and forgive me, I can't quite connect the two. I still have the Bulbasaur evolutions drawn. Don't get me wrong, it got a little beat up on the fridge because it kept flying off, but I still have, someone drew the Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur line for us, and I've got that up on my fridge. You're a tiny little muffin man. Let's give you a little head gem. Do I have any other red pins? I do not. Oh, hey. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, like I said, it got a little beat up. But I've got this picture. Apple on Discord drew it for us. It has fallen on the ground a little bit and gotten a little spill on everything else, but it's been on our fridge for like months. It's cute. I don't really remember the specifics as to why we printed that specific one, but it's cute and I like it and it's staying up. Head, and then we'll do ears straight away because otherwise I'm going to get sad that it doesn't look the way I think it should. Speaking of ears, is there a shortcut we can take here? Oh, I think I've made the head too small to even use those ears. Oh no, not you, Margaret, you're dead. Black, we'll do back loops only. I might have gone too small. Hey, welcome Jank704. Welcome to part of the live chat. We appreciate our replay members over here. Big eyes, small gem. Yes. Ah, that's what it was. The Brussels sprout, Bulbasaur, broccoli, Ivysaur, and cauliflower Venusaur. Excellent. Should have started with ears. Yeah. Peeled Pokemon is the name of the account. What, don't you find them appealing? Okay, we'll do that. And we'll do this. Two, three. Tiny little ears for a tiny little guy. Smallest ears of them all. No, Rachel. Current name list is Scrooge McSheep, Philip Fabularos, Happy Zappy, and Annie Banani. What's really fun is I looked away for just long enough during the start of this one here that I don't really know the origins of most of those names. They're there, and we like them a lot. Okay. Little tiny little ear knob. That is actually proportionate with the head. Go team! Go team, go. When number one. Finish off. Nailed it. Something might have been jewelry. There's lots of random gems being thrown around. I don't know if the other two... No. Kind of. I guess you could kind of make that one work. But you definitely couldn't make one of them work. Okay. I'm very pleased, actually, with the proportions of that ear to that eye to the head. Really kind of lucked out there, though. Any smaller and I wouldn't have been able to do it. We would have had to change direction. Okay, so it's one little ear. I suppose the next thing we need is the body. I have accidentally made it proportionate to the drawing I drew, which is always funny when I do that, because like you can line the pieces up. I'll use another pin to help that balance. Sorry, I'm determined to make this work now. Nope, too far forward. Hey! Look, you gotta enjoy the small things sometimes. You wanna know if the gem can flash like a fire truck? I just fire up the 3D printer and get this body going. Now, I would say that her tummy is twice as far around as her head, so the head is 12. And the body should hypothetically be 24, but we fell into that trap with Slowking just a second ago, where I think he only reached... Oh no, he did reach 30 around, and then his head's 15. So I do know how disproportionate it ends up looking. So we will try 18 and we'll see what we think. Night, Kaladi Spaghetti! Anyone know how to get acid reflux to chill out? My goodness. Okay, try sleeping on your left. Try... Make sure you get medically treated for the underlying cause. Avoid the foods causing it in the first place. That won't help. Try some like antacids. Honestly, I find eating an apple helps, but it depends on what's causing yours. Meryl Sheep is a great name. Sorry, I had a barb on my nail that was driving me a little nuts. But it's gone now. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to have to go up to 24. Look how little this is. It's like, dude, feed your Ampharos. Thought she was a kangaroo, not a sheep. Yeah, but she evolves from, like, this is her base form. Mareep. Then she turns into Flaffy, who is painfully on form. So that does up the pressure regarding Ampharos for me to get it right. I like how you present someone dating a skeleton as though that's reason to doubt my choices in life. I'm pretty pleased with that choice, frankly. One, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Honestly, I get more penguin from the design than I do sheep by the time we reach this form. But if you haven't seen the Mega, it gets like these glorious luscious locks. Hold on. It gets like this glorious like locks of hair and a dragon typing, and it has gems in it studded throughout. Yeah. And if you think that sounds silly, it looks way sillier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Cool. I haven't been writing down this body at all. Let's start that, shall we? Let's form good habits. Increase. Single increase. And we have to go up to 24 at least. Minimum 24. I'm going to start using this though. Don't know how the luscious locks caused it to become a dragon. Nobody does. That's half the fun. No fingers, no toes, can only count to 4. That's not true. Maybe it uses its stripies to count. There we go. Well, that's the same size as this one. Now we just need to turn it into a long tapered thing. So, 24 stitches around, anybody? We should maybe, I know we're not close to finishing this particular guy, but I feel like naming him early isn't the worst idea. And we actually still have a smattering of Gen 2 Pokemon we haven't named yet that I'm supposed to be giving you guys the chance to name. So maybe if we get the naming of this guy out of the way early, but sometimes their name feels like it should change over time. Oh, you've named them Tweedledee, Tweedledum. Oh no, Tweedledee, Tweedledum, and Tweedledur. Oh no, Tweedledee, Tweedledum, and Tweedledur. Okay. She is turning pear-shaped. I kind of want to call this one Tweedle Dump Truck. They are the Tweedles. Okay, cool. Let's have a look at see who we haven't named yet. If Mr. Bones is down to maintain a second name list simultaneously. Sometimes that can be a bit much. You guys are a bit of a rabble. Gen 2. Made. Yes. Name blank. Okay, so there are 7 we have not named. We have Ledian, Blossom, Politoad, Espeon, Umbreon, Girafarig, and Heracross. And you know what? We talked about Blossom and looking up her skirt before. Let's name Blossom. Do I have a picture that I can show you guys real quick? It's not who we're currently making, but it's who we have made. Do I not have her here? Oh, I don't have her here. Never mind. I'm going to pick a different one. Do I have Girafarig here, or did I just not copy over the images for the ones we'd already made? That's annoying. I'm annoyed. Nope, we're doing Heracross because I said we're doing Heracross. Let me just download the image real quick. Okay, this is the one we're naming. We have made her. We made her a long, long time ago. She is a dung beetle. It's going to be very confusing for anybody joining the stream, so I'll leave her up on the screen a little bit while we work on our guy. So no more names for Ampharos for now. We are just naming the blue bug. She featured quite prominently for one of the Soul Silver episodes, pretty early on actually. I think she actually made the thumbnail. That is, in fact, 2 fingernails, 1 toenail. There is no internal logic to these bugs. I suggest you will drive yourself crazy attempting to try and keep track. And ours was definitely a girl. At least from memory, ours was definitely a girl. Mr. Bones, I think you're getting confused between someone's recipe and the name list. But you're doing a great job, sweetie, and we appreciate you. No, we're not. The Happy Zappy is a name for Ampharos. We're not doing Ampharos names right now. Everybody stay calm. Hera Crisscross, Hera Naught, and Heracrosses. Any other suggestions before we change? Because I'm ready to start the I'm ready to start the poll right now if there are no other suggestions. Just like get through them. Tea with Herbs, Heracles, Hera Naught, and Dungledore. Nah, Nick's Dungledore. Mr. Bones is doing his best, and we do like that. Okay, I'm doing one more row and then I'm starting the poll. Applaud. Oh, Applaud is actually a really cute little name. One cannot do better than the best one can do. Agreed. And Mr. Bones does his very best. I've nearly finished this row. The rows are long. Heracross. Okay. I have an idea of what you'll want. Here we go. Hello, Nifty! We are currently naming the old Heracross for Nifty's sake. So we have Heracles. We have Heracross. Because I think it was a crisis. It was either a chaos or a crisis at that stage of the game. And applaud. You can have applaud. What was the other one I liked? I liked tea with herbs. Just because it's such a bizarre name. There we go. We are naming Heracross. There you go. Name that Heracross bug. I am currently using a 3.5mm. That is correct. It is my go-to hook. So much so that I usually keep a spare one on hand. But I think I've moved where I keep the spare one. Fun fact about this hook. When I buy these hooks, this is the colour they start as. And it might not look that extreme of a difference, but in person, it really is that extreme of a difference. One is very, very blue. The other one has lost all of its colouring. Yeah. During the tardigrade video, I talked about how I got myself a 10mm hook. In order to do that, I had to buy a pack of 3. So I now have a 5.75 as well. I already had a 6.5. Still, good to have hooks. It was chaos? Oh, dang, it should be Heracross. That's alright, looks like we are naming it. Let's see, Heracross. It's named Heracross. Lovely, good job. I'm going to type that in. Oh, sorry, I have not closed the poll off yet. Let's close the poll off. Shayna, we're probably not going to do the door reveals for at least another half hour. Oh, I've made you way too fat-bottomed, girl. If I start tapering now, we should be okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. See, 24 divided by 3 is 8, which is an even number. So we can go 3, decrease 3. Gets us to 21, gets us to 18. Yeah, I use boy hooks. They are my favorites. I've tried a variety of others. I can't stand the feel of them. Any of the ones that come with any kind of plastic handle or resin, they kind of stick to my skin in a very unpleasant way. And I find that wooden hooks don't have quite the slip and slide that I like. So yeah, tried a variety. I'm very much the team boy hook. Bottom heavy stream tonight. Agreed. Agreed. But it's all just about finding the kind of hook that you like to use, how they feel in your hand. I understand that like ergonomic hooks are absolutely a thing, that are a great thing for people who can't grip properly, or who just find it uncomfortable to grip properly. But, sorry, properly, I mean like tightly, not properly. I personally find it an uncomfortable grip to have my hand that big, but I don't also grip my hook very tightly either. So. Oh, the 2 hooks that I was holding up before were different sizes, just in case that wasn't a joke. Yeah. I have another one at this size in its original blue, but it's in the cupboards behind me. I didn't consider it worth derailing stream just to go grab one when I had one that was the right colour. Current name list for Ampharos. I know Happy Zappy is one. I know Annie Banani is one. Oh, sorry. Heracross won with 71% of the vote. Tea with Herbs came in second at 13%. Then came Applaud at 10%. And Heracles at just 6%. So, you death grip your hook. You're slowly improving at that. Well, that's good. I would encourage you to stop strangling your hook for the sake of the tendons in your wrist, specifically. Not a doctor, just something that seems to have helped me avoid disaster thus far. Honestly, the injuries that I get while crocheting all have to do with the fact that I'm leaning on the hard edge of a counter, of a table, and like grinding part of my arm constantly against it. Yeah. Thankfully not to do with grip just yet. The nature of the channel changes entirely the day I have to not crochet as much. And arthritis is coming for me. I can see it on the horizon, but we are not there yet, so we're just enjoying life while we can. You've broken the plastic ones. Wow. That is a grip you've got going on. It also could just mean that they've worn out. I haven't snapped a metal hook. I've snapped needles before. I haven't snapped metal hooks, but I did have to retire my previous hook of this size because all of the finish came off and it started to snag the yarn a little bit. It had earned its retirement. So we made it a nice little stand and it lives on the shelves behind us now. You had a plastic one lose its hook within its first project. Yeah, nah, that's just a manufacturing error. I should see a phalangelist. What on earth is a phalangelist? Six, 7, 8, 9. For some reason I'm thinking of it as along the lines of like an evangelist. Someone to come along and bless my fingers. Oh, yeah, I just don't think there's specialists specifically designed for fingers. Are phalanges toes as well? Yes, a place of honor for the hooks I've worn out. Exactly. Like, they've earned it. I've also got one of my old curved needles over there because it started to pit and I thought it was going to snap soon. And so it got to be retired too because I went out and I bought like 200. These are all curved needles. I just went and bought a pack of 200. And by went out, I mean I went on eBay and I found a pack of 200 for like 20 or 30 bucks. And I'm just like, cool, never have to buy needles ever again. Found my pencils for anyone looking for closure on that plot line. Yeah, they have been located. And we were happy to see them. Have I tried I could get a pool noodle or something else for the edge of my table. It's one of those things where it's just like, it doesn't bother me enough to seek out a solution, but it is something that I'm like, I don't have hair that grows on this part of my elbow anymore because it's just been ground into so many armrests and against so many tables. Yeah, phalanges are also toe bones. Excellent. That made sense to me. Aw, it's a little light bulb. Oh, I've made you fat. Fat in a good way. Fluffy, fluffy Ampharos. My goodness, I just can't seem to get them to scale properly today. Like, they look fine and then I stuff them and I forget that they gain a size. This is fine though. We're not shaming them. They are beautiful the way they are. If they're a proctologist, there should be philangelists. We are at the weird part of the stream. I don't know if you guys felt the shift, but we're there. If I was a hand doctor, I would call myself a phalangelist. Step aside, there are miracles to work. Because I know that there are like arthritis specialists. Aren't there? Fuzz up my nose. We will overcome this feeling. This feeling is not forever. This feeling too shall pass. We're okay. I work retail and you lean on the edge of the counter or whatnot and you get bruises on your arms because you keep leaning too hard on it. Yeah, exactly. Like, this isn't necessarily just the desk I film at, because I stream here, I film back there, and honestly the thing with my arms is actually the armrests of the chair that I'm using, which I need to replace the chair, don't get me wrong, but it's an IKEA desk chair and it has these hard rubber armrests, and that's what's actually ground the skin of my arms down, not the corner. The corner is just for longer projects if I'm spending too much time, but I'm more mindful of like sitting in the armchair and sitting in other places and doing other things instead, and just like not trying to capture 40 hours of footage for a project. I can capture 10 hours of footage for the project and not grind my bones the same way. I like stuffing. It's squishy. Did I just do another row of 18? Is that what happened? 2, 3, 4, 1. That has a decrease in it. No, I did 2 rows of 18. Now we're going down another size. 3. I'm going to move this. Let's just move this up. Rheumatologists, there you go. See, I thought that there was a specialist for them. Mr. Bones' official position is do not grind bones, but how will we get bone meal? Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. And we'll go down another size. From a store, preferably. Store-bought is fine in this case, no need to grind bones ourselves. The same place they get chicken and pork, the distribution centre, fair enough. I feel like we're teetering on the edge of a way more serious conversation. Mr. Bones, I promise not to grind you up. Does that help? Get out. That did not, in fact, help. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool. So we are at 12 stitches. The neck. His growth was stunted. Meep. Oompa, loompa, doompa dee, Danforos. Stop that. Here we go. Oh, the Heracross sprite's still up. Thank you. I like accelerated the vote just so that we didn't have to look at that too long. Use peeled shuckle to tide you over. Ampharos. There we go. The more sheepy version of Ampharos. It was more like Ampharos after the hot dog eating contest. Next Pokemon to be named? Okay, sure. We can move on to do another one. Let's do... We've done Heracross. We have named it Heracross. We can do... I'm at a little bit of a loose end here. We can do Blossom next. That's the other one that I told you guys you could do. Again, give me a second to pull an image. There we go. Bye, Ampharos. Again, another one that we made a long time ago, but we really nailed this one. She was a sweet little thing. Well, because I have to remind you all that peeled shuckle doesn't go away. Just because you're not looking at him doesn't mean he's not there still, watching. The peeled shuckle is permanently burned into your mind. Good, good. Isn't it fun to have reminders of past streams? I like revisiting past streams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9 must be as thin as I can go for this neck. No, that still feels really thick. How tall do you possibly have to be, sir? Alright, well, we're going in again. I can't go any thinner than 6. I refuse. But we will change to black. Blossom was another Chaos evolution? Yeah. Small plant woman name list. It's Blossom. Hula, Carryflower. Didn't we only recently have a Hibiscusaurus? Yeah, Majanium was named Hibiscusaurus, so we can't have 2 hibiscuses in a single season. I'm sorry. We can have Bouquet, is cute. You want to name her Timon? But she's so little. Hula, Carryflower, Plumeria, and Bouquet. I like that. That's a good list. Give me 1 second to finish this body and I'll get that poll started as well. So you guys can try and get changes made if you want any changes made. You have until I finish this. Two, 3. It's actually 4. This is 5. And this is 6. Here we go. Is it Wahine or Wahine? Now, thank you for that. Now I have like, are you aching? Yup, yup. And that's as much of that song as we can do, because you don't mess with the mouse. I think that's 3 rows. It's kind of hard to tell. No! Stop it! Seriously. So I understand the need was strong. How do we feel about Kiki or Boba? Yeah, happy time zone, Holly. Don't mind me, I'm just stuffing an Ampharos neck. It's a perfectly average Sunday. It looks like he's in a turtleneck. Alright, we'll do just one row of yellow at the top. Oh my goodness. This feeling will pass and I will get over it. Oh my goodness. Ah. Just like a mantra to stop the allergies. I am bigger than my allergies. They cannot attack me. Right, I'm starting that name pole as soon as I finish these last 3 stitches. Just a little fallopian tube. There we go. Ow. Got myself. Excuse me, 1 second. Going nuts. Ah. Oh, hello. Camera's not currently on. You're being very cute though. There was a little dragon friend sticking around my doorframe. Wahine? Okay. Yeah, Holly, sorry. We are making Blossom. Sorry, we are making Ampharos, but we're naming Blossom. There we go. Start a poll. So, the name list that we ended up with for the small plant woman is Ooh-la. Cauliflower. I will turn my camera back on in just a second. Sometimes you just need to be unperceived for a moment or two. Cauliflower. Plumeria. Oh, I didn't like Timon. Didn't we have another one? Scrolling, scrolling. Bouquet. I liked Bouquet. This poor little girl suffered a lot of indignities in the making of her because we had to work out if she had feet or not. And I don't wish to put her through any further trauma. So this is us naming Blossom. This is not... There we go. I'm back. We're naming Blossom. We're not naming Ampharos yet. We will be naming Ampharos next, though. Blossom will be the final one we name today. Or second one. You know what I mean. You can see what I'm up to on this one. Yeah, anyway, there's that. I'm going to make a flipper. I'm writing down the pattern for a flipper as we speak. There we go. He's not creepy. He's not being creepy. He's peering. He's curious. He wants to know what's up. Right. I am changing the sprite back now just to avoid any further confusion. There we go. Five and 6. Thank you! I think the Ampharos proportions are coming out a little better than the Slowking ones did. That's just the way of the world, though. It's fine. Slowking was our warm-up. Go. So I'm making sure that this is double walled because I think that a single layer is way too flimsy, and I do like my objects to appear 3D. I like them to have some squish, some structure to them. And that is a good thing. Okay, looks like you guys have been relatively decisive around Blossom's name. Oh, it's a pretty close pairing. In fact, we have a tie for second place and almost a tie for first place. I'll leave it open for another couple of minutes just because only 39 people have voted. If you haven't voted for Blossom's name yet, I would encourage you to get in there quickly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12. Oh, we don't have a strike yet. We have a bolt, but not a strike. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. That's probably big enough. One little flipper, closing off that name poll shortly. Still have a few votes trickling in. What do we think of Hobby? I'm aware of Hobby. I don't have a personal opinion on it because it's so very far away that shipping kind of makes it hard. But Hobby would have been one that I would have definitely tried by now if I had the ability to purchase it. I like the colours. They look like nice colours. One little penguin flipper. Alright, closing off this poll. I'm overexposed weirdly on this side today. That doesn't normally happen that way. I'm pink though. Very pink. Anywho, alright, you have named her You managed to tie it. You've got Hula and Plumeria as tied for first at 29% each, and then Bouquet at 22% and Carryflower at 20%. So I'm gonna just extend to you guys a little bit of grace, and we're gonna call her Hula Plumeria or Plumeria Hula. Hula Plumeria. I like Hula Plumeria. All right. So that is another name we have ticked off the list. And we are now back to naming Ampharos. So if we could get a reminder on what the Amphi names were, if that's okay. That goes out to Mr. Bones. And we are down to just 5 Pokemon from that gen who do not have a name. Select all. Select all. There we go. Just resetting my filters so that next time I go to look for something I can actually find what I'm looking for. I suppose we'll make a leggy next. I will say that this one eye seems to be further around the head than I expected it to be. But I think I've also just pinned it on crooked. Happy Zappy, Meryl Sheep, Scrooge McSheep, Philip Fabularos. I like Meryl Sheep. Probably better than, I don't know how. Is there an origin point for Fabularos, or is it just something fabulous? Four, 5, 6. There we go. I'm making a foot. Excellent, excellent, excellent. We're going to start this poll.
Let the thing roll around just a little bit more first.
Okay, I will let it roll around for a couple more minutes, but we're approaching the end of...
People wanted to pull back one of the others.
That's okay. Yeah, that's good sense. It's just we're approaching the end of stream. Just writing down the pattern. Is there a poll going at the moment? No, there is not currently a poll. We are still allowing the names to like filter in, see if there's any other options people want included. But there will be a name very shortly, a poll very shortly. Okay, excellent. We have Scrooge McSheep. We have Meryl Sheep. We have... We have a name trying to escape as I click on it. Okay, Happy Zappy is the one that tried to escape me. Come here. Happy. Happy to the Zappy. There we go. Now we are naming Ampharos. Those are your options. Choose wisely. Sorry, I actually get a real kick out of like being at the end of stream and having someone wander in and be like, why is there a picture of a duck like a knife wielding duck? It's like, It's because ducks don't have any corners. Uh, but like, I like it. I consider it a successful stream if we reach the end of stream and stuff like that starts happening. That's the good stuff. Just making a chubby little thigh for our chubby little guy. Oh, we've got a little bit crooked as we've gone. There we go. It's good to know that Angry Bear and Bunny Badger both vote Happy Zappy. However, unless you can physically be here for a vote, I don't think that you can vote outside of it. If it's a tie, maybe we'll take that into account. Yeah. Because, like, it is too much for us to manage if people can do absentee voting. A little sitting guy. One, two. Three. Glad you guys enjoyed the extra sketchiness of this particular stream. I'm trying to bring it back a little bit. I was flicking through my sketchbooks from even just earlier this year, but really last year, and I was just realizing how much more we used to do in the sketchbook, and then it became like, oh, we'll just do profile pictures, and then there isn't even like shape breakdowns or anything. I'm just like, I want to bring back the little pictures because the little pictures are fun, and so I'm trying to bring those back a little bit. Touch no evil, think no evil, but no evil. I don't know. This is definitely but no evil. This is see no evil. And this guy's asleep. Where's my pen? Yeah. I gotta tell you, this guy's my favorite. That absolute dump truck. It's amazing. Hydrate, thank you. I only got halfway through my cup. Victory. I've given him just this tiny little foot, which is not really up to what we were trying to do here. I don't think no evil applies when you don't have any thoughts at all. I think to avoid thinking evil, there has to be an implied threat that you're going to think about something in general. Alrighty, yep, we're wrapping this up soon. I'm just finishing off this leg, and then I'll close the name pole off and we'll do the reveals. I might put a little stuffing into here. Not much at all. Just a little bit. And I can squish it around later to make it sit the way I want it to. I suppose he has quite long legs, but this will do. Close off over 2 rows. But no think no think, dream no think. I think that's the best one so far. They're like warning of the dangers of thought. Your 3-year-old daughter has just found the Pokemon Play series. Now we watch one episode before bed. No. Oh no, there is a swear word in one of them. I don't remember which one. Please protect your 3-year-old from it. I was trying something. I hated it. I never did it again. Don't remember which one it is. But it's an early one in Soul Silver. I'm so sorry. And then it never happens again. So if you do encounter it, please know that it never happens again. But there will be a new episode of Pokemon Black coming out in May. Probably the final video for May. Which, you know, the 3 videos of the month type of thing. So there is the Pokemon Black series is still ongoing. We just took 1 month off from it. Why is no way of thinking is dangerous? Yes. There we go. Right. Here we go. End of stream. Time for the reveals. So many things to reveal. Don't remember the cuss word. Are you sure you didn't edit it out? I might have gone back in retroactively. I got a comment from someone being like, oh no. Like, don't get me wrong, they weren't like telling me off or scolding me or anything, but they were telling me about like they were watching it with their little kid and then suddenly I swore. I'm just like, yeah, no, it's just not really. It's cringy to look at yourself swearing. Like, it doesn't matter if that's how I communicate normally, because I was just trying to do like, I don't know what I was trying to do. It was like, the thought was like, oh, I do this normally. And so like, I'll just talk the way I normally talk. And then I left one in and I might have edited it out posthumously once it was already up. But other than that, you know what? Go on! I challenge y'all. Go watch the Soul Silver series again and tell me if you can find the swear word. I remember the exact phrasing because it was like "f me," right? And it was in response to something that had happened. I'm just like, cause "f me," right? And yeah. It just we didn't do that again. All right. He has one little leggy. He's a little stumpy, but I'll move the leg down, I think, when I sew him together. So that is where we are leaving Ampharos for today. And you have named him Meryl Sheep from the looks of things. Glorious. Okay, yeah, Meryl Sheep won with 50% of the vote. Then came Happy Zappy at 41%, Annie Banani at 7%, and Scrooge McSheep at 2%. And just for the sake of argument, let's say we add 2 votes to Happy Zappy, right? Which would make it... There are 44 votes in total, and it got 41% of them. 44 times 0.41 plus 2 brings it up to 20 out of 46. 43%. Okay, so even with Angry Bear Ironworks and Bunny Badger throwing their votes in with Happy Zappy, it would not have been enough to take first spot. Yeah, okay, cool. So there's that. Now let us reveal who else lost their hats this week. There they are. So we have Slowking up the top. I'm just going to turn that sprite off for now because he's in the way. And Ampharos at the bottom with his spectacular cone. Now you guys picked number 1. In fact, it tied the first time we did it. Let's move that a little bit more on screen for you. So number 1, wearing their fancy hat, was Bayleaf. I was quite pleased with that one there. And number 3, I think you'll guessed this one as well. Number 3 was Smeargle. So they are the Pokemon who lost their hats, but we've just ticked off Slowking and Ampharos, bringing us to 83 out of 100 Gen 2 Pokemon made and 310 made overall. That said, I still owe you guys Elekid, Miltank, and now Ampharos and Slowking. So I owe you guys 4. Hopefully we'll be caught up by next week, but I'm going to have kind of a crazy week, so we'll just have to see how we go. I'm having a friend come and stay for a few days, and that kind of just... I'm not going to work while she's here, because, like, rude. But yeah, happy time zone, everybody. That's it for today, and I will see you guys next week. There should hopefully be a dragon pattern out on Thursday. We'll see how we go. It might be on Friday. Where is this screen? Okay, bye! And I gotta click all the things. Let's put that back on. You can just glare at us from down there. I think that's fun. And oh, mic's on.